Jury venire sworn.
The law clerk said, during the course of jury selection, you will only be referred to by your juror number. At no point will your name be used. And so right now, I will be calling you one by one so that one of the judge's law clerks can confirm your identity and show you to your proper seat for jury selection. Juror 1, please come forward. Those who are in 1 to 10, please get up and get ready to be called so that way we can move quickly. Juror 2, please come forward. Juror 3, please come forward. Juror 4, please come forward. Juror 5, please come forward. Jurors 11 to 20, get ready. Juror 6, please come forward. Juror 7, please come forward. Juror 8, please come forward. Juror 9, please come forward. Juror 10, please come forward. Juror 11, please come forward. Juror 12, please come forward. Juror 13, please come forward. Juror 14, please come forward. Jurors 21 to 30, please get ready, and if you can, please assemble yourselves in order in the back. Juror 15, please come forward. Juror 16, please come forward. Juror 17, please come forward. Juror 18, please come forward. Jurors who are in the front row there, please stand in the back. Everyone in the, thank you. Juror 19, please come forward. Juror 20, please come forward. Juror 21, please come forward. Juror 22, please come forward. Juror 23, please come forward. Juror 24, please come forward. Juror 25, please come forward. Jurors 31 to 40, please go to the back and organize yourselves in order. Juror 26, please come forward. Juror 27, please come forward. Juror 28, please come forward. Juror 29, please come forward. Juror 30, please come forward. Juror 31, please come forward. Juror 32, please come forward. Juror 33, please come forward. Juror 34, please come forward. Juror 35, please come forward. Jurors 41 to 50, please organize yourselves in the back. Juror 35, please come forward. Juror 36, please come forward. Juror 37, please come forward. Juror 38, please come forward. Juror 39, please come forward. Juror 40, please come forward. Juror 41, please come forward. Juror 42, please come forward. Juror 43, please come forward. Juror 44, please come forward. Juror 45, please come forward. Jurors 51 to 60, please organize yourselves in the back of the room. Juror 46, please come forward. Juror 47, please come forward. Juror 48, please come forward. Juror 49, please come forward. Juror 50, please come forward. Juror 51, please come forward. Juror 52, please come forward. Juror 53, please come forward. Juror 54, please come forward. Juror 55, please come forward. Juror 56, please come forward. Juror 57, please come forward. Juror 58, please come forward. Will jurors 61 to 70 organize themselves in the back of the room? Juror 59, please come forward. Juror 60, please come forward. Juror 61, please come forward. Juror 62, please come forward. Juror 63, please come forward. Juror 64, please come forward. Juror 65, please come forward. Will jurors 71 to 85 or 71 to 80 please organize yourselves in the back of the room? Juror 65, please come forward. Juror 66, please come forward. Juror 67, please come forward. Juror 68, please come forward. Juror 69, please come forward. Juror 70, please come forward. Juror 71, please come forward. Juror 72, please come forward. Juror 73, please come forward. Juror 74, please come forward. Juror 75, please come forward. Juror 76, please come forward. Juror 77, please come forward. Juror 78, please come forward. Juror 79, please come forward. Juror 80, please come forward. Juror 81, please come forward. Juror 82, please come forward. Juror 83, please come forward. Juror 84, please come forward. Juror 85, please come forward. Juror 86, please come forward. Juror 87, please come forward. Juror 88, please come forward. Juror 89, please come forward. Juror 90, please come forward. Juror 91, please come forward. Juror 92, please come forward. Juror 93, please come forward. Juror 94, please come forward. Juror 95, please come forward. Juror 95 should be in the row to my right. Juror 96, please come forward. Juror 97, please come forward. Juror 98, please come forward. Juror 99, please come forward. Juror 100, please come forward. Would the court like me to double-check, confirming everyone is in their proper seat?
The court said no. I think that your colleagues have done a fantastic job of that.
The law clerk said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
The court said, "Good morning."
The juror said, "Good morning."
The court said, "My name is Annalisa Torres. I am the judge who will be handling this case. We're here this morning to select a jury in a criminal case. The case is called United States v. Miles Gua. Through this process, we will choose the 12 jurors and 6 alternates who will hear and decide the case. The trial is expected to last about 7 weeks. But it is impossible to predict the exact length of the trial with certainty. Today, you'll be required to be here until 5 p.m. We will be taking a lunch break. If we do not finish selecting a jury today, you'll be required to be here tomorrow from 9 a.m. sharp to 5 p.m. After jury selection, our schedule will be as follows. Please listen carefully. When jury selection is completed, our schedule will be as follows. You'll be required to be in the courtroom from 9:30 until 2:45 p.m., with a break from 11:30 to 12 p.m. This jury selection process is intended to make sure that we have a jury of citizens who will decide the issues in this case fairly and impartially, and without any bias or prejudice in favor of or against either side. In order to do that, I'm going to ask certain questions about your personal background, your family, some of your beliefs and attitudes about certain matters, how you are employed, and so forth. You should understand that my questioning is not intended to pry into your lives, but to make sure that we select fair and impartial jurors, that is, jurors who will be free from preconceived notions or prejudice that might prevent them from returning a fair and just verdict, based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence. If for any reason you're not able to serve as a fair and impartial juror, it is your duty to tell me. In responding to my questions, it is important that you not say in open court anything about the parties in this case or about any other matter that might tend to impair the open-mindedness and fairness of the other jurors. If a question calls for a yes answer, simply answer yes or no. If there are further matters that you believe should be disclosed but that might tend to influence the other jurors, you may ask to approach the bench to discuss them. If you're selected to serve, you'll be provided light refreshments in the morning and a light snack during the lunch break each day. As I said, this is a criminal case. The defendant, Miles Gua, has been charged with committing 12 federal crimes in a document called an indictment. The indictment itself is not evidence. It simply contains the charges that the government is required to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. I will instruct the jury on what this burden of proof means after the evidence is presented. The defendant has denied the charges and has pleaded not guilty. I have no knowledge of the facts, and nothing that I say is evidence. I will, however, briefly discuss the charges so that you'll understand the reason for certain questions that will be put to you, and so that we can determine whether there is anything about the charges that would make it impossible for you to serve as a fair and impartial juror. Fourth, those of you selected to sit on this jury will receive a detailed explanation of the charges at the conclusion of the case. Before I start asking questions, I will explain why each of you has been assigned a number, and will be called by your number only. This case will be tried before a partially anonymous jury. That means that neither your names nor the names of the jurors who ultimately are selected will be made public. Court administrators, the defendant, defense counsel, the prosecution, and my law clerks will know your names, but this information will not be shared with the public. Jurors who are ultimately selected can share their names with each other, but in open court no juror will ever be referenced by their name. This case has attracted media attention, and that is likely to continue. The purpose of using a partially anonymous jury is to protect all of you from any unwanted attention and invasion of your privacy, and to ensure that nothing transpires that might interfere with your impartial and objective study of the evidence and the application of the law. I'm now going to tell you briefly about the charges in this case. The indictment consists of 12 charges or counts. The government alleges that the defendant operated 4 fraudulent investment schemes as part of a criminal enterprise. The term criminal enterprise is also referred to as a racketeering or RICO enterprise. Count 1 charges the defendant with conspiracy to operate a criminal enterprise. Counts 2, 3, and 4 charge the defendant with conspiracy to commit wire fraud, bank fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering offenses. Counts 5 and 6 charge the defendant with securities fraud and wire fraud in connection with a private stock offering for a media company known as GTV. Counts 7 and 8 charge the defendant with wire fraud and securities fraud in connection with loans made to a group known as the Himalaya Farm Alliance. Counts 9 and 10 charge the defendant with wire fraud and securities fraud in connection with a lifestyle membership company known as G Clubs. Count 11 charges the defendant with wire fraud in connection with the Himalaya Exchange, which some have described as a cryptocurrency ecosystem. Finally, Count 12 charges the defendant with making a $100 million wire transfer using money derived from a crime. The defendant has pleaded not guilty and is presumed innocent of these charges unless and until he is proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt under rules that I will describe as we proceed. I have briefly discussed the charges, not for the purpose of giving you any instructions but only so that you will have them in mind as we go through jury selection. I am now going to ask some questions to the entire group. If you prefer not to give your answer in public, just let me know and the lawyers and I will hear you at the bench. If you have a yes answer to any of the questions, please raise your hand high so that I and my law clerks can see you. Then I will either discuss your yes answer with you in open court or ask you to come over to the sidebar and speak with me and the attorneys in private. It is important that each of you not discuss amongst yourselves any questions that I ask. After we have reviewed a number of general questions together as a group, then I will ask each of you about your individual backgrounds. During the questioning, you might be excused from serving as a juror in this case. If you happen to be one of those excused, do not consider that as any reflection on you personally. This is all part of our system of justice, which is intended to provide a fair and impartial jury for both sides. You will have done your duty by your presence and your readiness to serve if chosen. Do any of you have a problem with your hearing or vision that would prevent you serving as a juror? Are any of you taking any medications or do you have any health-related problems that would prevent you from serving as a juror? All right then. If you'll step up, please.
At the sidebar, juror present.
The court said, "Hi, sir. What is your number?"
Juror said, 25.
The court said, "And if you'll tell me your name, please."
Juror said.
The court said, "And what is the issue?"
Juror said, I get nervous, and there's no way I can do this.
The court said, "You feel that you could not serve us because of this health issue?"
Juror said, no. I have a doctor's note here.
The court said, "Okay, let me take a look at that." The letter is from Allied Healthcare Physicians PLLC, signed by Effie Schillen. Underneath it says DNPFNP, and in parentheses BC. I don't know what those letters stand for. Do you? Says.
Juror said, I don't know, no.
The court said, "Okay. The letter is dated May 21st. It, to whom it may concern, has been under the care of our office. He has a documented history of anxiety. Additionally, he has a history of panic attacks for which he has required medical treatment. Being chosen as a juror may exacerbate his underlying anxiety and cause significant distress. If you have any further questions or concerns, please contact our office." All right, sir. You may go back to your seat. I'm going to give you this letter.
Juror not present.
The court said, "Is there any objection to my excusing number 25?
Mr. Finkel said, not from the government.
Mr. Comraju said, not from us.
The court said, "All right. Then he is excused."
Next juror present.
The court said, "Hello, ma'am. What is your number?"
Juror said, 37.
The court said, "Could you tell me your name, please?"
Juror said.
The court said, "What is the problem?"
Juror said, I feel like I have anxiety, started having social anxiety when I was in high school. And I'm not seeing a doctor right now, 'cause I don't have health insurance. And I'm just afraid that with the media attention, I feel really paranoid and really, I'm sorry.
The court said, "All right. So you feel that this is not the right moment for you to serve as a juror because of your health issues. Is that right?"
Juror said, yes. I'm sorry.
The court said, "All right. Thank you. You can step back."
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said, "Is there any objection to my excusing number 37?
Mr. Finkel said, "Not from the government."
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Not from the defense, Your Honor."
The court said, "Okay."
Next juror present.
The court said, "Hello there. What is your number?"
Juror said, 36.
The court said, "And what is your name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "And what is the problem?"
Juror said, I'm a substitute teacher in Yonkers. So the students hit me in the back 2 weeks ago. So I'm in treatment right now, with medicine, and there are times I can't drive. So I don't know if I have half an hour or an hour too.
The court said, "So you're telling me that the medication is too sedating in order for you to serve as a juror. Is that correct?"
Juror said, that's correct.
The court said, "All right then. You can step back."
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, "Is there any objection to my excusing juror number 36?
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Not from the defense."
Mr. Finkel said, "Nor the government."
The court said, "All righty."
Next juror present.
The court said, "Hello. What is your number?"
Juror said, 50.
The court said, "And what is your name, please?"
Juror said.
The court said, "I'm sorry. I did not hear you."
Juror said.
The court said, "What is the problem?"
Juror said, so I have a herniated disc on the right side, sciatica, so I'm constantly in immense pain. So it's a challenge for me to sit or even stand for any period of time. So it would be challenging for me to sit for.
The court said, "So you feel that the pain would distract you from the trial?"
Juror said, so whenever I'm in pain, it's hard for me to focus, because not only do I experience pain, I have tingling, numbness, weakness in my right side. Right now I'm in physical therapy, I'm on pain medication. But even with the pain medication, it's challenging for me. So that's why I say.
The court said, "Thank you for letting me know. You may step back."
Juror not present.
The court said, "Any objection to my excusing number 50?
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Not from the defense."
Mr. Finkel said, "Nor the government."
The court said, "Okay."
Next juror present.
The court said, "Hello. What is your number?"
Juror said, 91.
The court said, "Okay. If you can just step back just a little bit so everybody can hear you. And what is your name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "And what is the problem?"
Juror said, yes, I have rheumatism, arthritis, so there are days where I can't get up out of bed or move at all. Also, I have blood pressure where I have to take the medicine every day. And I'm constantly going to the bathroom about every 5 or 10 minutes or so. So I didn't take anything today, 'cause I knew I was coming down here. So sometimes I get lightheaded and stuff like that, so.
The court said, "So you feel that the conditions will distract you from your service as a juror. Is that correct?"
Juror said, yes.
The court said, "All righty. You may step back."
Juror said, all right. Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, "Was that 90?
Mr. Kamaraju said, 91.
Ms. Shrofa said, 91.
The court said, "Any objection to my excusing 91?
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Not from the defense, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "Nor the government."
Next juror present.
Juror said, hi. I'm sorry. I'm breastfeeding, Anne.
The court said, "One moment please. What is your number?"
Juror said, 92.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said, I lost my voice.
The court said, and you're saying that you're now breastfeeding and this is not the moment for you to sit in a jury box. Is that correct?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, you would need breaks in order to.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, pump.
Juror said, correct.
The court said, okay. Alrighty. You may step back.
Juror said, okay. Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing her?
Mr. Kamraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, nor the government.
The court said, all right. Number 92 is excused.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. If you would tell me your number.
Juror said, 97.
The court said, and your name.
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, so my daughter is having surgery tomorrow. And so I didn't know when I should have excused myself from jury duty, but I thought it was like state court, where you go in 3 days and then you're done, but I can't be here tomorrow, or next week.
The court said, or next week.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, you want to take care of your daughter, is that it?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, all righty then. You may step back.
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 97?
Mr. Kamraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number, please?
Juror said, 34.
The court said, and your name, please?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I have 4 herniated discs, I have an Achilles operation, my knee operation. I can't, my body just can't sit here and just, I can't.
The court said, so you feel that these health problems would, that it? Number 44?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, prevent you from serving as a juror is.
Juror said, yes,
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing?
Mr. Kamraju said, we do not object, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 93.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is your full name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm diabetic, so I take medication, but it sometimes makes me nervous. And I cannot sit for a long period of time with an empty stomach.
The court said, so are you saying that the nervousness would make you feel very uncomfortable serving as a juror?
Juror said, not all the time but sometimes, yeah, it make me like I have to take a rest.
The court said, yeah, and you're saying that you need to take breaks in order to eat, is that it?
Juror said, yes, sometimes, yes.
The court said, okay. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing number 93?
Mr. Kamraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Continued on next page. At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, hi. What is your number?
Juror said, 52.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, the only scenario I want to disclose, I'm currently wearing a heart monitor for palpitations. Irregular heartbeat. I'm supposed to be wearing this for the next 2 weeks. And then consulting with my physician after that. I only mention that since it may be 7 weeks. I don't know if I'm going to be seen prior to.
The court said, so you're wearing some sort of device right now?
Juror said, correct. Heart monitor.
The court said, And then is it that you have to go back to the doctor in order to get the results from?
Juror said, correct. And then from there, decide the course of action, whatever that may be.
The court said, well, did they discuss with you what that might be?
Juror said, not yet. Not until we know what the results are.
The court said, in other words, did they mention it's likely you may have to take medication or you have to have surgery?
Juror said, medication possibly. They mentioned medication possibly.
The court said, but they didn't talk about surgery.
Juror said, not surgery, not that I'm aware of at this point in time, no.
The court said, so do you feel that wearing the monitor is going to prevent you from serving as a juror?
Juror said, no. Just the 7 weeks, in case they need to do any course of actions prior to.
The court said, well, you've just said that they've only discussed medication.
Juror said, correct.
The court said, and many of us take medication on a daily basis.
Juror said, right.
The court said, did they tell you that the medication was going to somehow impair your?
Juror said, no.
The court said, cognition?
Juror said, no. Not at this point, no, not that I'm aware of any of that. I just figured I'll disclose it so you're aware of it.
The court said, all right then. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I don't think that he should be dismissed for cause.
Mr. Finkel said, government agrees.
Mr. Kamaraju said, we agree, Your Honor.
The court said, okay.
Juror present.
The court said, sir, what is your number?
Juror said, 87.
The court said, 87. And what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem, Mr. Tejada?
Juror said, I have a prostate problem. I'm going to be interrupting you probably every few minutes. So I have an appointment for today at 3:30 that I lose because I have to come here. But I just want to let you know. It's in your consideration, if you wanted me to stay, I don't know.
The court said, are you saying that you have to use the bathroom frequently?
Juror said, frequently.
The court said, like how frequently?
Juror said, like, I don't know, probably every 10 to 15 minutes, something like that, you know.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, so I have a surgery already in my prostate, so I cannot contain. You know. Like sometimes I have to, you know, but I just want to let you know. Up to you.
The court said, all right then, sir. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection with my excusing him from service?
Mr. Kamaraju said, no.
Ms. Murray said, 87. Not from the government, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 30.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, my doctor has me in physical therapy twice a week for complications after multiple orthopedic surgeries. So 7 weeks of not having that for pain management would mean medications, and I'd rather not be on medication.
The court said, are you saying that in order to serve as a juror you would have to forego the medication?
Juror said, no, I'm not on medication. Physical therapy.
The court said, it's only physical therapy that you're receiving, but you need to receive it several times a week. Is that it?
Juror said, twice a week.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, so like missing a week or 2 is one thing. But 7 weeks would be just for pain management. I'd have to go on some medications.
The court said, are you saying that would be the alternative medication would be the alternative?
Juror said, I would have to go on multiple medications to manage the symptoms.
The court said, and would that interfere with your ability to serve as a juror?
Juror said, I would probably be out of it with the pain management ones, because the last time I was on them, I wasn't fully there.
The court said, all righty. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 30?
Mr. Kamaraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, defer to the court, Your Honor.
The court said, okay.
Juror present.
The court said, hello.
Juror said, how are you?
The court said, fine. And you?
Juror said, good.
The court said, what is your number?
Juror said, 35.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, okay then. And what is the problem?
Juror said, twofold. I'm supposed to start therapy on my right knee right after Memorial Day. And then I have cataract surgery planned for mid-June.
The court said, okay. Well, good luck with all of that. Would you tell me your number one more time?
Juror said, sure. 35.
The court said, okay. All righty. So you may step back.
Juror said, thank you, Judge.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing number 35?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamaraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hi there. Your number?
Juror said, 83.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said, F, as in Frank.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I have Parkinson's disease. And I didn't find an excuse for it, because I think I can serve. It just seemed that I need to take medication every 3 or 4 hours, and I thought you should know.
The court said, so would the medication interfere with your ability to focus and stay alert?
Juror said, no.
The court said, so it's just a question of your having a break to take the medication?
Juror said, yes, and possibly some abnormal movement at times. I'm well medicated. I'm not a severe case. I thought about, would I get sleepy? I don't think so. So I'm not waiting to be excused. It would be your decision.
The court said, all right. Thank you. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, so I see no reason to excuse number 83.
Mr. Finkel said, we agree.
Mr. Kamaraju said, we agree, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hello, what is your number?
Juror said, 59.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I just suffer from anxiety. Going to a therapist once a month and I take medication twice a day. So just the thought of I don't know. I just get anxious, so.
The court said, so are you saying that serving as a juror is going to make your condition worse?
Juror said, correct. Correct. I also traveled extensively for my job, so 2 months is like I can't even imagine that. It would just impact me financially.
The court said, so it would be a financial hardship?
Juror said, absolutely.
The court said, all righty, sir. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 59?
Ms. Shrofa said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, we defer, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. Go ahead. Is that it? All right. We'll go back.
In open court.
The court said, do any of you have any trouble understanding or reading English? All righty. If you would come up, please. Counsel.
At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 20.
The court said, 20. And what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I can speak, but I don't understand everything in writing. So I don't want to be a judgment in something that I don't understand everything.
The court said, have you understood everything that I've been saying?
Juror said, yeah. Not everything, but I get it.
The court said, you're saying you've understood most of what I said.
Juror said, yeah. I can defend myself speaking, not writing or understanding. I want to be honest.
The court said, thank you.
Juror said, you know?
The court said, you can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 20?
Ms. Shrofa said, No, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
The court said, okay.
In open court.
The court said, if a witness testifies in another language that you know, and an interpreter translates the testimony, would any of you not be able to rely exclusively on the interpreter's translation of the testimony? Step up, please.
At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, would you come closer?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, and what is your number?
Juror said, 19.
The court said, and do you speak another language?
Juror said, I speak a few, yeah.
The court said, and what languages are those?
Juror said, Russian, Dutch, German, Afrikaans, and Hebrew.
The court said, all righty. So my question was whether if someone is a witness and speaking one of these languages that you know, other than English, and an interpreter is interpreting, could you rely exclusively on the interpretation given by the interpreter?
Juror said, I probably could, but I'm not likely to do that. Because especially when it comes to technical terms that I understand, perhaps that have not been interpreted correctly, I think I'll attribute certain importance to my understanding of the direct testimony that I heard.
The court said, so you're saying you would favor your own understanding?
Juror said, absolutely. I'm not going to disregard it. But to the extent it's not interpreted in a way that makes sense in my understanding, I'll just interpret it in context, irrespective of the technical interpretation. Especially when it comes to securities fraud.
The court said, so suppose I told you that you must accept the interpretation offered by the interpreter. Would you be able to follow that instruction?
Juror said, 100%.
The court said, so you would be able to put aside your understanding of the language?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, do you speak Mandarin?
Juror said, I do not.
The court said, okay. If you would step back, please.
Juror not present.
The court said, so I think he was rehabilitated. Is there any objection that is remaining?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Ms. Strofa said, not from us.
The court said, all right then.
Juror present.
The court said, hello, sir. What is your number?
Juror said, 80.
The court said, number 80?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. One moment, please. And if you would tell me your name.
Juror said.
The court said, do you speak another language?
Juror said, I'm Italian.
The court said, and do you know any language in addition to Italian?
Juror said, Italian, English, and a little bit of Spanish.
The court said, so if a person testifies at the trial through an interpreter, would you be able to follow the interpreter's translation exclusively?
Juror said, there are a lot of euphemisms in Italian that can't really be translated. So it would be difficult for me to disregard my knowledge of the language and culture when someone thinks like that.
The court said, so if I told you that I don't expect any Italian-speaking witnesses.
Juror said, then it should be fine.
The court said, and if there are no, let's talk about Spanish. Do you feel the same way about Spanish as you do about Italian?
Juror said, I'm definitely less knowledgeable, but I do know certain phrases that are not really translatable. And it's more about cultural significance to them.
The court said, so if someone were to testify in Spanish, and let's say that you didn't agree with the translation offered by the interpreter, would you be able to follow?
Juror said, it would be difficult, but I could try.
The court said, okay. Are there any other languages that you know?
Juror said, that's it.
The court said, do you know Mandarin?
Juror said, no.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to his remaining?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor. As long as he can follow the court's instructions to listen to the interpreter, and not the witnesses. There's no objection from the government.
The court said, we're not expecting any Italians or Spanish-speaking people.
Ms. Murray said, we do have Italian and Spanish-speaking witnesses, but they are expected to testify in English. There's just a standby interpreter, particularly for the Spanish-speaking witnesses. in case they need help with technical terms.
The court said, so is there any objection to his remaining?
Mr. Finkel said, no.
Ms. Stropha said, Your Honor, could we just have 1 second?
The court said yes.
Counsel conferred.
Ms. Stropha said, Thank you, Your Honor. We have no objection.
The court said, any other languages that you expect?
Mr. Kamraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
The court said, his number was?
Ms. Stropha said, 80.
The court said, okay. So he'll remain. Very good. Oh, we have one other.
The law clerk said, 2 more.
The court said, 2 others?
Juror present.
The court said, sir, what is your number?
Juror said, 95.
The court said, and I had asked, and your name, by the way.
Juror said.
The court said, and I had asked whether anybody knows another language, and if they do and a witness testifies through an interpreter, if they could follow the interpreter's translation exclusively.
Juror said, if the defendant or whoever is speaking different language, in my specific case would be Korean, then I would be understanding that language as well, whatever is speaking. Then I will be naturally considering that as I understand the language.
The court said, other than Korean, is there any other language that you know?
Juror said, no, I don't.
The court said, obviously English.
Juror said, yes, English, of course.
The court said, assuming that it's not Korean, you would be able to follow my instruction that you must rely on the interpreter's translation. Is that correct?
Juror said, yes, that's right.
The court said, all righty. Thank you. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, no Korean language speakers, right?
Mr. Kamraju said, not that we're aware of.
The court said, no reason to excuse him.
The law clerk said, we have 1 more after this.
The court said, after this one. 2?
Juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 56.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and I had asked whether if someone testifies in another language other than English, and if you happen to know that language, would you be able to rely exclusively on the translation that is offered by the interpreter?
Juror said, I'm trying to understand the question, that's why I stood in line. So somebody talks in language that I understand, but there's a translator. Will I be able to rely on the translator or on the person who testifies in the language that I know?
The court said, so if I instruct you that you must rely on the interpreter, despite the fact that you know the language?
Juror said, I see.
The court said, would you be able to do that?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. And what languages other than English do you know?
Juror said, Russian.
The court said, okay. So you don't know Spanish?
Juror said, no.
The court said, not Italian?
Juror said, no.
The court said, not Mandarin?
Juror said, no.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I see no reason to excuse her.
Mr. Finkel said, the government agrees.
The court said, okay.
Juror present.
The court said, hello there. What number are you? Okay, 53. And what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and your last name?
Juror said.
The court said, do you know any languages other than English?
Juror said, yes. Czech, Slovak, Polish, Russian, German little bit Spanish.
The court said, so if someone testifies in Spanish through an interpreter, would you be able to rely on the translation offered by the interpreter instead of your own knowledge of Spanish?
Juror said, my main concern is I work with interpreters, and I'm really concerned that using the interpreters, I know how the nuances are often lost. And when I use the interpreter and someone else uses asking similar questions, the nuances are sometimes different. And the answers of the person that you're talking with might be different. And I use the interpreter on a daily basis. So I kind of have the experience that asking questions with the interpreter Somebody else ask similar questions and get different answers. Because sometimes the nuances are lost.
The court said, "So are you saying that you do not have faith?"
Juror said, "Well, for basics, yes, but for details, no."
The court said, "And so if you were a juror and the interpreter was interpreting in a language that you do not know, then would you?"
Juror said, "Well, that's I don't know, because I would not be able to totally rely on that. Because I know that sometimes things could be missed with this."
The court said, "Okay. And you are number 53, is that correct?"
Juror said, 53.
The court said, "All right. You may step back."
Juror said, "Thank you."
Juror not present.
The court said, "Any objection to my excusing her?"
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
Ms. Schrofa said, "No, Your Honor. Thank you."
The law clerk said, "That's it, Judge."
The court said, "That's it? Okay, let's go back."
In open court.
The court said, "The trial in this case is estimated to last about 7 weeks. That is, approximately until July 12th of this year. We will not be in session on federal holidays, nor will court be in session on the following days: Monday, May 27th, Wednesday, June 19th, Friday, June 28th, Monday, July 1st, Thursday, July 4th, and Friday, July 5th. I'm just going to repeat those dates. We will not be in session on Monday, May 27th, Wednesday, June 19th, Friday, June 28th, Monday, July 1st, Thursday, July 4th, and Friday, July 5th. Keeping in mind your civic duty to serve as a juror, is there anything about the length of the trial that would make it an extreme hardship for you to serve as a juror?"
At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, "Sir, what is your number?"
Juror said, "Number 1."
The court said, "And your name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "What's the problem?"
Juror said, "I have a small business, and this would cause me a great deal of harm. I was explaining to the person up front when I came in that I was, even for a short trial, it would be detrimental to me."
The court said, "You're saying it would be a financial hardship?"
Juror said, "I mean, in every way, to my business, to financial. Yeah, I'm all but a one-man band. I have just one other person working with me, and I'm over my head."
The court said, "All right then. You may step back."
Juror not present.
The court said, "Is there any objection to my excusing him?"
Ms. Schrofa said, "No, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
Juror present.
The court said, "Hi there. What is your number?"
Juror said, 7.
The court said, "And what is your name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "And what is the problem?"
Juror said, "I'm an HR director for the Department of Education. So right now, we just had the budget. And right now we're staffing. And I have to make sure that there's summer school and staffing for September. So a lot of my directors are calling me. I should have been in a meeting today. I wasn't aware that I couldn't bring my computer, because I didn't know. So I thought I was going to be able to do some work here. Apparently, I cannot use my computer."
The court said, "What would happen, God forbid, if you were hit by a truck today?"
Juror said, "Right. They would have somebody there to cover for me, you're right."
The court said, "So there are other people who can perform your work?"
Juror said, "Yeah. But, 7 weeks is a long time. And we just hired a new HRD who I was training. And she's the one that I was training for this role. She's new. I'm in District 1 and 2, she's in District 2. She just got there. And I was supporting her. And now I'm not there. So I told her to, make sure she can take some of my calls. And when I get back to the office, I'm going to, address some of the issues."
The court said, "Is she the person who would fill in if you were completely unavailable?"
Juror said, "Yeah. She just started. Yes, she's my cover right now. She's covering for me right now that I'm here."
The court said, "Did you hire her?"
Juror said, we hired her, yes, the committee.
The court said, so everyone thought she was very competent, is that right?
Juror said, yes, that's correct.
The court said, okay, so it could be that she could perform the job maybe with some difficulty?
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, all right, you can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, I don't see any reason to excuse number 7.
Mr. Finkel said, government agrees.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, I think that, she's not going to be. It's going to come back is that she clearly says this is the school period where the time slot is the most necessary for her presence. And I just think that given what she said, eventually we're going to have the same problem with her. Because unfortunately, it's the school break these months, these weeks. So our position would be we should excuse her for cause, but that's our position.
The court said, okay, so I disagree. She said that she has someone who is new. But who would take over if she were completely unavailable? So I'm not going to excuse number 7.
Juror present.
The court said, hello, sir. Would you tell me your number?
Juror said, number 6.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, 7 weeks is a long time. I have a single-income household and I work a lot of overtime to keep up with the bills. I also have my son's graduation, vacation plans. And the boys also play baseball, so a lot of tournaments.
The court said, so will you be paid if you serve as a juror? Is your salary going to continue?
Juror said, oh, yes, I'd be paid. But also I'm not working the overtime. That's always available to me.
The court said, so what portion of your income would you be losing?
Juror said, at least 30%.
The court said, and would that be a financial hardship for you and your family?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, all right, you can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing number 6?
Mr. Kamaraju said, not from the defense.
Mr. Finkel said, we defer to your Honor's judgment.
The court said, all righty, number 6 is excused.
Juror present.
The court said, hello, what is your number?
Juror said, 9.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what is the problem?
Juror said, well, I have an 8-year-old, and my husband and I watch him. We work hybrid schedules. And we're going to have a problem with daycare and he's going to need to take off. And he might lose his job because we don't have someone to watch our son.
The court said, so you know that we're meeting only between 9:30 and 2:45?
Juror said, I understand that.
The court said, isn't that generally the time when your son would be in school or at camp?
Juror said, so I live in northern Westchester. It would take me an hour and a half to get there. There are days when he has off that are not holidays. The school is just closed. And he's heading into camp. And the camp hours are different. They end at 4. And I don't know if we'll be there to pick him up or if it's going to be challenging.
The court said, so you feel that your son's schedule will not permit you to be here between 9:30 and 2:45, is that it?
Juror said, that's correct.
The court said, all righty, you may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing her?
Ms. Schrofa said, No, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, no. I just note that obviously everyone is going to have a problem sitting on the jury for a trial this long. And I defer to Your Honor's judgment about the amount of hardship with this particular juror. And more generally, that's the government's concern.
The court said, well, I'm asking you if you're objecting.
Mr. Finkel said, not objecting.
The court said, you're not objecting. What was that number again?
Ms. Schrofa said, 9.
The court said, all right. Number 9 is excused. Let's go.
Juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 13.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm a maid of honor at a wedding out of town on June 27th. So if it can go until June 27th, that's great. Just after July.
The court said, so when would you have to leave then?
Juror said, the 27th.
The court said, you'd have to leave on the 27th. And when would you be returning?
Juror said, July 9th.
The court said, so that period between the 27th and the...
Juror said, it's on the West Coast.
The court said, you must be away.
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, all right then. You may step back.
Juror not present.
Ms. Shrofa said, I think we should keep her. I need the 9th break.
The court said, I think that won't work, so I'm going to excuse number 13. No objection, correct?
Mr. Kamaraju said, not from us.
Mr. Finkel said, correct?
Juror present.
The court said, hi. Your number?
Juror said, 12.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, so I'm head of investor relations. I don't know the company if I can head of investor relations for the Middleby Corporation. And I have 4 investor events that are coming up that require me to be at. Because we already had the meetings arranged to meet with investors, the hotels have been booked. And so that's within the next month.
The court said, so when are those meetings?
Juror said, I have one next Thursday, I have one June 6th, and the other one is, I think is right, no, June 10th. And there's one a week before that, so I think it's like June 3rd or so. Truck?
The court said, so what would happen if you were hit by a...
Juror said, well, the meetings would be cancelled. But my fear is that if this doesn't happen, I could lose my job, honestly.
The court said, so are you saying that there's no one at your investment firm that could?
Juror said, it's not an investment firm, it's a company. So I'm head of investor relations. So I'm meeting with investors at these conferences.
The court said, so you're looking for them to make some sort of equity contribution, is that it?
Juror said, not necessarily, but maybe buy the stock.
The court said, buy the stock, okay.
Juror said, right.
The court said, and so if you could not be there to cultivate those relationships, who would go in your stead?
Juror said, CFO maybe.
The court said, the CFO could go.
Juror said, maybe.
The court said, all right. Okay. All righty. You may step back, sir.
Juror not present.
The court said, so I don't see any reason to excuse him.
Mr. Finkel said, government agrees.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, the first answer he gave was if you couldn't go, what would happen, he said. I would have to cancel the meeting.
The court said, right. But then he just said the CFO can step in.
Ms. Shrofa said, I understand that he said maybe the CFO could step in. And then he said it would be an immense financial hardship.
The court said, I didn't hear the financial hardship piece.
Mr. Skirik said, I thought he said, Your Honor, he would lose his job.
Ms. Shrofa said, he said he would lose his job. I'm sorry.
The court said, let's bring him back. What number was he, by the way?
Mr. Finkel said, 12.
The law clerk said, 12.
Juror present.
The court said, sir, you said that you might lose your job. Why is that?
Juror said, I feel that because I feel if I don't go to these events because I'm the one that arranged them. I have the meetings already arranged, maybe someone could step in for me. But I would get a sense that they would feel that almost like a letdown in a way somewhat.
The court said, so you're saying, are these the higher-ups people that are senior?
Juror said, yeah. The CEO, CFO, yeah. It would be, because it would put them in a bind as well.
The court said, and those meetings can't be rescheduled?
Juror said, no. Because the event is set and the meetings are set. And so they are not, it's an event that we don't arrange, that's arranged by a bank or banks. And these meetings are already set, so there's no way to move them.
The court said, okay, you can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, well, it sounds like he has less control over the process than I originally thought.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor appears to work for a company large enough to have a C-suite, including a chief financial officer and chief executive officer. The trial, as the court noted, will end every day at 2:45. Everyone is going to be putting their jobs to the side and fulfilling their civic duty and sitting on a jury in this case. They would be able to help and communicate with the people that he works with in the investment firm after a trial day. I don't believe that what he has said is reason to excuse him for cause at this time.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, he specifically said the meetings are out of town. He said his flight is booked and his hotels are booked. It's not one meeting, it's several meetings. Meetings don't occur after 3:45 on a workday. Meetings occur during the day. He specifically said he didn't arrange these meetings. These are conferences that were set up by banks and other people. And he's the person who has liaised with the people that are planning to be there for him. So I do not think this is an issue of civic duty of putting things aside. This is a person who has detailed why he's asking to be excused. I think that there is a genuine concern on his part that he's letting down the people that hired him. And for those reasons, we should not treat him any differently than any other people who have asked to. I wasn't finished.
The court said, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Ms. Strofa said, No, He said he detailed. We didn't even ask him where he's supposed to travel to. So he has travel and hotels booked for himself. And he's the one who's the person who liaised with the client.
The court said, so he did say that the CFO would step in. I'm not going to excuse him. Anybody else?
Juror present.
The court said, juror number please?
Juror said, 18.
The court said, and what is the issue? I'm sorry, your name again.
Juror said.
Mr. Finkel said, Sorry, 18? Thank you.
Juror said, So I have travel plans. I am taking my grandmother home to Denmark on the 28th of June.
The court said, That's wonderful. Okay, all righty. Enjoy your grandmother.
Juror said, Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, All right. We'll excuse number 18.
Juror present.
The court said, Hello, your number please?
Juror said, 17.
The court said, And your name please?
Juror said.
The court said, And what's the problem?
Juror said, Tomorrow I have a major job interview that I've been working towards for over a year with my company that I work for. I also have a funeral for my grandpa in June, and I'll be traveling for around 2 weeks.
The court said, So is this a memorial service?
Juror said, Yes.
The court said, And so when is that? What day is that?
Juror said, It's from around June 15th to the end of June.
The court said, All right. But there's one service, isn't there?
Juror said, Yeah, but it's in Sweden, so I have to travel to Sweden.
The court said, I see. All righty. You'll step back.
Juror not present.
Mr. Kamraju said, consecutive jurors who travel to Sweden.
The court said, Denmark. It's a Norwegian day, I guess.
Mr. Kamraju said, Are we going to have Norwegian speakers at the trial?
Mr. Finkel said, I don't think so.
The court said, What number is he again?
Ms. Strofa said, 17.
The court said, He's excused.
Juror present.
The court said, Hi. What is your number?
Juror said, 25.
The court said, Okay. Go ahead.
Juror said, I own my own business with one other employee. So being away for 7 weeks would be quite a bit for me to be away from, because it's only me and her. I also have prepaid travel plans already starting June 14th.
The court said, Okay.
Juror said, And my dad is also 82, and I have to take care of him as well.
The court said, All right. You can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, He's already excused.
Juror present.
The court said, If you would just tell me your number, please.
Juror said, Sorry. Number 26.
The court said, Your name, please.
Juror said, My name is. So I was just recently diagnosed with skin cancer. So I had an operation about 9 days ago. I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. But there's no way I can sit through 7 weeks. I have to go back and forth. So it's sitting through 7 weeks. I have follow-up appointments. I mean, it's skin cancer. They think they got most of it, but there's just no way I can sit through 7 weeks with a skin cancer diagnosis.
The court said, so is it that you need to go to the doctor's appointments?
Juror said, yeah, I have doctor's appointments, follow-ups.
The court said, okay. So if you had these appointments in the afternoon, after we finish.
Juror said, psychologically, I mean, I was just recently, this is something that came out of nowhere. So a week ago Monday I went and I had skin cancer, carcinoma. They removed a big gash here in my leg. So I'm still dealing with that. To be coming down here for 7 weeks on top of everything else. I just don't think I can handle that.
The court said, are you saying that you would be distracted by your medical condition?
Juror said, I would be distracted by my medical condition, yes. I'm still trying to get over it, but...
The court said, all right, sir. I hope you feel better. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, all righty. Number?
Ms. Shrofa said, 26.
The court said, all right. He is excused, I assume, without objection.
Mr. Kamaraju said, none from us, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, yes.
The court said, okay. Sorry about that.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 24.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm currently on a project that I'm overseeing that I need to bring to completion during this time for my job. I don't control the schedule of this project. In addition, I've been working on the project for over a year. If I don't see the project to completion, I don't get paid at all, because I have a deferred salary.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what is the nature of the project?
Juror said, it's a film production.
The court said, and there's a deadline?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and what's that deadline?
Juror said, well, we have to lock the film by July 4th. Quickly, then I move into the sound mix for the following 2 weeks. So between now and July 4th, I need to be involved on a daily basis on this project. I need to be present in screenings. I need to be present for the entire sound mix. It's not a possibility for me to change this.
The court said, what is your title?
Juror said, I am producer.
The court said, and is this a feature film?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, so if you got hit by a car, what would happen?
Juror said, they would replace me. I wouldn't get paid. I would be dead. They would replace me.
The court said, so you're saying that if you're not present, it would be a financial hardship?
Juror said, yes. I'd lose over $100,000 in deferred salary from this film if I do not bring the film to completion.
The court said, your number again?
Juror said, 24.
The court said, okay. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, no objection to his being excused?
Mr. Kamaraju said, no.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
The law clerk said, Judge, 22 so far.
The court said, oh, okay. We're good.
Mr. Kamaraju said, always an optimist, Your Honor.
The court said, that is right. That is right.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. Your number, please.
Juror said, 38.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what's the last name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, so I'm graduating within the next 2 weeks. So I really would rather not miss my graduation. And after that, my parents will work full-time, and I'm one of the caretakers for my 10-year-old sister. And I need to be there too. Like, pick her up from school and make sure that she's fed and such.
The court said, and so what degree are you going to get?
Juror said, a bachelor's.
The court said, bachelor's. And when is the graduation?
Juror said, it's next week. And the ceremony is after to celebrate awards and such.
The court said, and are you saying that you care for your sister 100%? There's no other person that they can rely on?
Juror said, I have another family member who can, but she's young. She's still younger, she's 19 years old. And I don't want that burden to be entirely on her.
The court said, so what is the date of the graduation?
Juror said, May 28th.
The court said, May 28th. And then you say there's something else that you have to go to?
Juror said, that is optional. I can probably work around that. But mostly it's just making sure I make it to that. And then just taking care of my sister.
The court said, so if you are able to go to the graduation on May 28th, then your commitments to the school would be satisfied, is that correct?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and then you say that there's someone else who can take care of your sister, although it's not preferable. Is that what you're telling me?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, all right then. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, all right. Are we off on the 28th?
Ms. Murray said, no, that's next Tuesday.
Ms. Shrofa said, I made the same mistake. I was all excited.
The court said, all right. So what do you want to do?
Ms. Shrofa said, let her go to her awards ceremony. We're in good shape with numbers.
Mr. Finkel said, graduation is important.
The court said, all right then. 38 was it? All right. Number 38 is excused.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 37.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, so basically, I'm door knocking for a political candidate. And the primary is on the 25th. And whether she wins or loses, I might be out of a job. And on top of that, if it's 8 to 10 weeks for pay and the trial is 7 weeks, I'm not going to have any money coming in. And I won't be able to pay my credit card or pay for my cat's health, like the cat insurance.
The court said, so you're saying this would be a financial hardship for you?
Juror said, a really bad one.
The court said, all right.
Juror said, there's one more thing I need to raise.
The court said, go ahead.
Juror said, I don't want to sound mean or anything, but when I heard that the defendant does crypto stuff, I'm kind of really opposed to any crypto stuff at all. I kind of think they are non-trustworthy. They run scams. I would be really biased. I don't think I can move past it at all. I've heard a lot about things that happen with these, I'm sorry.
The court said, no, that's all right. All right. I appreciate your candor. You can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, we've already excused her.
Mr. Kamaraju said, we don't have an objection.
Mr. Finkel said, to excusing her again? Neither do we.
Juror present.
The court said, hi. What is your number? 39?
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, okay. What is your name?
Juror said, my name is.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, I have a 10-year-old who I am solely responsible for getting to and from school every day. My spouse works overnights till 8 a.m. and sleeps during the day. Once school ends, I'm his summer camp until August, when his actual summer camp starts. We don't have family in the area. A lot of people have family help, we don't have that. I live in northern Westchester. It took me 2 hours to get here. I'm all my kid has until August. Also, we have a family vacation planned the week of 4th of July on top of all that.
The court said, all righty.
Juror said, so that's it.
The court said, thank you for letting me know.
Juror said, and I'm a nervous wreck now not having my cell phone. I'm his emergency contact as well.
The court said, all right. I understand. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, Number 39, is there any objection to my excusing number 39?
Mr. Finkel said, No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, Hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 41.
The court said, What is the problem?
Juror said, Well, I have an immediate scheduling issue. I'm scheduled to fly out of New York to San Francisco for a conference on Tuesday afternoon. And I'm not planning to return from California until June 8th.
The court said, And what is your name?
Juror said, My name.
The court said, And why do you need to go to the conference?
Juror said, It's a caregiver conference and it's part of I'm the CEO of a small company. And I was invited to attend the conference.
The court said, So is it something that you're required to do?
Juror said, I'm not required, but it would require a lot of moving around to change it. I also have a ticket, confirmed ticket, which is non-refundable, to leave the country on June 21st and not returning until July 1st.
The court said, And where are you going?
Juror said, To Ireland.
The court said, Okay.
Juror said, And then just the last thing is that I run a small company. I'm CEO. We have 6 employees. And so, I can be gone for a little bit, but to be out without any communication during the day, during working hours for that long would definitely be problematic.
The court said, Okay. You may step back.
Juror said, Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, Any objection to my excusing her?
Mr. Kamraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, No, Your Honor.
The court said, Was that 41?
Ms. Shrofa said, yes.
The court said, All right then.
Juror present.
The court said, Hi there. If you'll tell me your number, please.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, 23. And your name?
Juror said.
The court said, What is the problem?
Juror said, My father is in hospice, he's 97. I'm his only child and primary caretaker for him. I came because I thought I would probably have to serve for 2 weeks, but 7 weeks would not be possible. If something happens, I'm the only one.
The court said, I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Alrighty. Don't worry, you may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said she was?
Ms. Shrofa said, 23.
The court said, Okay. So she is excused without objection, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamraju said, yes, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, Hello. If you'll tell me your number, please.
Juror said, 21.
The court said, And your name?
Juror said.
The court said, And what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm going to be away next Thursday and Friday. And I work in a hospital in their IT department. So it would be hard for me to take off that much time.
The court said, And so what hospital do you work at?
Juror said, Montefiore.
The court said, So that's a big hospital with many employees. And I imagine that you're not the only IT person there. Am I correct?
Juror said, No. No. I mean yes, sorry, you're correct.
The court said, Okay. So they would be able to find somebody to fill in for you, is that correct?
Juror said, Yeah. I guess so.
The court said, And this going away that you talk about, is that something that is obligatory?
Juror said, I mean, yeah. I have my flights booked. It's for a bachelorette party.
The court said, Your flights are booked?
Juror said, Yeah.
The court said, Okay. Alrighty. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, Any objection to my excusing her?
Mr. Kamraju said, no, Your Honor. We're not going to ruin her bachelorette party.
The court said, All right. So she was 21. Okay.
Juror present.
Juror said, Hello again, Your Honor.
The court said, Hi there. Your number again?
Juror said, 19.
The court said, And what's the issue?
Juror said, there are a few. So I'm going on holiday on Friday with my family. Then I'm going to Germany at the end of June through July the 2nd for a major international sports event. We bought the tickets, bought the plane ticket, reserved hotels. It's an expense of approximately $5,000. Certainly a 7-week absence from my job would be extremely detrimental to my employer due to the fact that they will need to quickly, through some sort of fire drill, delegate authority, because currently I'm authorized to do certain things. And quite a few affiliates in the US and overseas that, other people are not authorized to do. And incur legal fees in terms of expenses to substitute for my presence there. That I would estimate it to be, for a 7-week period, something along the lines of $500–600K.
The court said, what do you do?
Juror said, I'm a managing director and counsel at an investment bank.
The court said, so you're an attorney?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, well, an investment bank can certainly afford to find a substitute for you.
Juror said, I'm not saying that they couldn't. I'm just saying they could find a substitute. But my team consists of much more junior lawyers. And those lawyers are unable to provide the same type of review and produce the same type of documents without going to outside counsel. As I'm sure you know, Your Honor, outside counsel is quite expensive, since we're talking about exalted products. Derivatives, very structured. It would cost them quite a lot. So just to give you an idea. Even if you need like a memorandum, a legal memorandum, and hopefully the lawyers here can attest to that. Or just a summary, or even a due diligence questionnaire to produce in connection with a certain M&A transaction. Merger and acquisition transaction, Your Honor, just that would cost like around $250–300K.
The court said, so you also mentioned that you have an event abroad. Is that correct?
Juror said, yeah, it's the Europe 2024 event, Your Honor.
The court said, did you buy your tickets already?
Juror said, I did. The
court said, all righty. You can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, number 19. Is there any objection to my excusing him?
Mr. Kumraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, we don't object, Your Honor. Just to note, it's possible that the trial is completed by that point. It's possible. To the extent someone's travel or someone's reason for being excused is because they maybe are going away, for example. For July 4th, to the extent we're not, that would be, from the government's perspective, a good time for an alternate juror to step in. So we don't object to this particular juror. I just wanted to note that as we move forward.
The court said, understood. Number 19 is excused.
Juror present at sidebar.
The court said, what is your number?
Juror said, 42.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, yeah, so just for context, I work in the for a financial technology company. I have to do travel for that company, specifically over a week during the middle of this period. Which is going to be very hard to get out of that trip because that's visiting one of our largest customers. So that's the primary issue.
The court said, what is your role at the firm?
Juror said, I'm a sales leader, so I work with some of our largest customers. And it's critical that I meet with those customers. We have some scheduled meetings already set up on the West Coast. And if I don't attend those meetings, it's going to cause some hardship for my team.
The court said, so if you were hit by a truck and other people at the firm needed to fill in for you, couldn't these meetings take place?
Juror said, I presume, yes.
The court said, okay, so you're not completely indispensable.
Juror said, I don't think anybody is.
The court said, okay, is there anything else you wanted to say?
Juror said, specific to.
The court said, the question that I posed. Sounds like you have nothing further to say, so you can step back. Thank you.
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said he was no?
Ms. Strofa said. 42.
The court said, I see no reason to excuse him.
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
Mr. Kumraju said, no objection.
Next juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 32.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, so I work with the NBA, and right now it's postseason, and we tend to travel for our finals and playoffs. And right after that I'm going to have a medical procedure during the downtime, so.
The court said, and when is that scheduled for?
Juror said, it hasn't been scheduled yet because, I don't want to get too detailed, but it's basically IVF. And that basically turns on, like, how your follicles are growing. So I'm going to try to start the procedure right when I get back from traveling from finals. And then it could last anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks, the procedure.
The court said, so are you saying that you have scheduled it during this time because?
Juror said, because once the season ends. I have about 2 or 3 months to kind of get everything in order before the season begins again, September.
The court said, okay, you can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing her?
Mr. Kumraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, okay, so that's number 32.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What number are you?
Juror said, 31.
The court said, and your name please?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I have 2 young children. I've organized childcare for the next 2 weeks after 5 o'clock. I don't have it available to me after that time. It's just, I won't be able to make it work with the numbers.
The court said, all righty. You can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 31?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Kumraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi. What number are you?
Juror said, 33.
The court said, and?
Juror said, mine is 24th through 27th. I have my cousin coming in from the UK for a prepaid vacation. And I need time, I need like a day to see if she can move it without any penalties.
The court said, you're saying that you could contact her.
Juror said, if I have my phone, though.
The court said, during the lunch break you could try to get a hold of her and see whether she can change her schedule.
Juror said, well, can we move it? I might need till tomorrow morning. Yes. That's when.
The court said, you're saying maybe by tomorrow morning you would have an answer?
Juror said, yes, yes.
The court said, but it might even be sooner than that?
Juror said, if I can get my phone. 'Cause she's over in London, so we've got the time change difference. So I just need to know, can she push it and are there any penalties associated with it? Is that all right?
The court said, okay, so you'll make that inquiry and you'll come back to me.
Juror said, I will. Yes, I will.
The court said, all right. Thank you.
Juror not present.
The law clerk said, next one?
The court said, yes.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi. What number are you?
Juror said, 43.
The court said, say again?
Juror said, 43.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, I'm a single mom. I have 2 children. I have no financial help or no one to help me with them. So I need to work.
The court said, are you saying it would be a financial hardship for you to?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, be a juror?
Juror said, yes. I have something else, but I don't know if you want me to tell you now or wait.
The court said, go ahead.
Juror said, when I was growing up, my father was in federal prison for 20 years for some of the similar crimes, tax evasion, insurance fraud,
The court said, okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling us. Alrighty. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing number 43? No.
Mr. Kamraju said, we'd love to keep her, Your Honor, but...
The court said, okay. Okay.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What's your number?
Juror said, 45.
The court said, and what's your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I've got 3 kids at home, a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 9-year-old, and my husband and I being their primary caregivers, have coordinated our schedules to cover them, and then also the school calendar, and it doesn't help that.
The court said, understood. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 45?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamraju said, no, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 58.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm a physical therapist, and we're extremely short-staffed where I live. And ultimately my patients just won't be able to get serviced for care for the next 7 weeks.
The court said, so who do you work for?
Juror said, Ivy Rehab.
The court said, and where is that?
Juror said, we have 600 locations, but I work in Westchester, in the Harrison location.
The court said, so if you were hit by a truck, what would happen?
Juror said, we would have an even longer wait list to get in for physical therapy, and patients, unfortunately, would be in pain.
The court said, so essentially your exclusive concern is the fact that you're short-staffed.
Juror said,
The court said, is that a yes?
Juror said, yes. Sorry.
The court said, but if the facility was adequately staffed, you would have no problem serving.
Juror said, yeah, absolutely. I believe in servicing the community in which I operate. This is what I wake up and do every day.
The court said, you may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I don't see a reason to dismiss her.
Mr. Finkel said, the government agrees.
Ms. Shrofa said, honestly, Your Honor, I can't tell the difference between her or somebody else who couldn't be here because they had child care issues. It's the same thing. I mean...
The court said, no, you have an obligation to take care of your children, and if your children aren't taken care of, there's a safety concern there. But this is about somebody who has a broken ankle and can't get the physical therapy within the time period that they desire. They may have to go to a different physical therapist. Okay, let's have the next person.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What's your number?
Juror said, 60, Your Honor.
The court said, 60?
Juror said, 60.
The court said, your name, please?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I just graduated with my master's in software engineering and I'm job searching. And I'm worried that the time spent here would delay my finding a role at a company. So the process is pretty lengthy. It requires a couple hours. 2 to 4 hours usually of technical assessments for interviews at these companies, and so for each one. That's a significant amount of time, plus prepping for these assessments. Plus actually applying to the roles and writing cover letters. It's really a full-time job.
The court said, so what would happen if you simply could not devote yourself to that during this time period?
Juror said, well, I'm worried that I won't be able to find a position as summer openings happen and it will delay my entry into the field.
The court said, and if that happens?
Juror said, I won't be able to move out of my parents' house and go out and find an apartment. I won't be able to start my career.
The court said, so this, you're saying, would disrupt your plan to get a job within a certain time period and to move out of your parents' house within a certain time period. Is that correct?
Juror said, yes, ma'am.
The court said, all right, you can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I do not think that is a ground for cause dismissal. Is there any disagreement?
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
Mr. Kamaraju said, no.
The court said, okay, let's get the next one.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What number are you?
Juror said, 27.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, so I have been unemployed since the end of January. I'm just now starting up a new job. 7 weeks leaves me 7 weeks almost no money, not enough to pay my bills. Financial hardship probably would be too much for me.
The court said, all right, so you'll step back. Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 27?
Mr. Kamaraju said, no.
Mr. Finkel said, "No."
Next juror present.
The court said, what is your number?
Juror said, 28.
The court said, 28. And your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, it's going to cost me too much money to travel for this.
The court said, where do you live?
Juror said, Monzi.
The court said, so you're saying it's too expensive for you?
Juror said, it's going to cost me $100 a day traveling.
The court said, so what kind of transportation do you use, sir? Here.
Juror said, I take Monzi trails, and then I get a taxi.
The court said, I'm sorry. I didn't understand. First you take what?
Juror said, a local community bus.
The court said, so there are buses that come from Rockland County to the Port Authority, and then you could take a train from the Port Authority downtown.
Juror said, I won't be able to, I got to take a cab to the bus.
The court said, okay. And?
Juror said, and then the bus and the train.
The court said, okay. So you're saying that the cab fare from your home to the bus station?
Juror said, and then the bus station.
The court said, you're saying that that's too expensive for you?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, tell me your number again?
Juror said, 28.
The court said, okay. You can step back. You can step.
Juror said, leave?
The law clerk said, no, sir. Go back to your seat. Thank.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing back? You. Number 28?
Ms. Shrofa said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
The court said, okay.
Next juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, my number is 35.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, I am a lawyer for the financial institution AIG, and in all likelihood, on May 28th, it will be announced that I get to retire. So that gives me between May 28th and June 30th to clear out my docket, assign it to other people, etc. etc. To not be here while I can do that, June 30th will be my retirement date.
The court said, what is the nature of your work?
Juror said, I'm an in-house litigator.
The court said, and so if you were here as a juror, are you saying that you would be distracted by this obligation to clear out your docket?
Juror said, yeah. I've got to assign the cases to other folks, and I've got to close the matters that I'm working on.
The court said, all righty. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you, Judge.
Juror not present.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I think you excused number 35 before.
The court said, yes. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Next juror present.
The court said, what is your number?
Juror said, 53.
The court said, what's the problem?
Juror said, me and my husband are both from Czech Republic, from Europe. And end of June is my father-in-law 80th birthday, and we were planning to visit, not in June. But we're planning like early July. We don't have yet, set up date, but trying to coordinate with my sister. With my sister-in-law, with my sister, so there's a lot of people that are involved. So we don't have the setup date, but we're planning early July, so.
The court said, all righty. Well, I hope you have a good trip. You may step back.
Juror said, yeah. Okay. The other.
The court said, it's fine. You can step back.
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said, hi there. What number are you?
Juror said, 54.
The court said, what is your name, sir?
Juror said.
The court said, what is the problem?
Juror said, if I don't work, I don't get paid on my job.
The court said, what do you do?
Juror said, I work for New York Power Authority Security, in White Plains.
The court said, so are you saying that this would be a financial hardship?
Juror said, big financial, yeah, but, a big financial.
The court said, understood. You can step back.
Juror said, okay. Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 54?
Ms. Strofa said, no.
Mr. Finkel said, no.
The court said, wow. Seems like the line keeps on growing.
The law clerk said, we only put the first couple rows and then the next couple rows, so we still have.
The court said, how are we doing number-wise?
The law clerk said, I'll have to check.
Next juror present at sidebar.
The court said, what is your number?
Juror said, 51.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, if you would say that louder.
Juror said.
The court said, what's the problem?
Juror said, it's just really bad timing at work. I work at an auction house, and we have this big sale mid-July that if I'm gone for the next 7 weeks. I think it's going to be really bad. I think they're going to get really mad at me.
The court said, what auction house do you work for?
Juror said, Phillips.
The court said, and if you were hit by a truck today, somebody would be able to step into your role. Isn't that true?
Juror said, yeah. I'm sorry. I know there's, bigger problems. But it's just, I think my boss would be really mad, and everyone else too, but obviously. If it happens, it happens.
The court said, okay. You can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, all right. I don't see any reason to excuse her.
The law clerk said, the jury administrator wants to know if and when we're breaking for lunch. There are apparently some people who want to go out. We have 75 people downstairs waiting.
The court said, oh, the people downstairs can go.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi. What's your number?
Juror said, 66.
The court said, and what's your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I have 2 issues. My work doesn't pay me for the time off. And I can't afford to have 7 weeks not getting paid, and then I'm leaving for a 2-week trip on Friday.
The court said, so you're saying this would be a financial hardship for you?
Juror said, very much so, yes.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 66?
Ms. Strofa said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What's your number?
Juror said, 65.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said, oh. I have a family vacation already scheduled. It's July 4th and we return back August 24th.
The court said, and do you have plane tickets?
Juror said, I can. When I have access to my phone, I can forward them to you.
The court said, no, I'm saying you've scheduled the flight.
Juror said, yes, everything's been scheduled for.
The court said, all right. You can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 65?
Mr. Finkel said, the government objects. I think we'll be done by July 4th, and if we're not, there will be an alternate.
Mr. Comraggio said, I don't think you can plan that way, Your Honor.
The court said, you gave me a certain time estimate, and now you're kind of waffling and so I don't feel comfortable.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, I'm not waffling. Yesterday I told the court that we believe we'd certainly be done by July 4th. That's still our belief. The defense case is, according to yesterday's information, approximately 4 days. The government's case, as we said yesterday, is 4 to 5 weeks, trending towards 4 weeks. We'll be done by July 4th. If we're not,
The court said, well, you can make a representation we're going to get it done by July 4th, instead of the wishy-washy.
Mr. Finkel said, so that is my belief, Your Honor.
The court said, right. I need more than a belief in order to make a schedule.
Mr. Kamarju said, also, Your Honor, we just told all these people that it was going to be a 7-week trial.
The court said, no, that doesn't bother me. If he's now willing to commit to being done by a certain day, then I have the flexibility.
Mr. Finkel said, so, Your Honor, the only reason I can't commit is because there are things outside my control.
The court said, of course.
Mr. Finkel said, including the defense case, the length of cross. But if you're asking me for a good faith basis, good faith estimate, does the government believe this trial will be done by July 4th? Yes, and to the extent it's not, which I acknowledge is a possibility, the government's view would be that at that point, if this juror makes it, an alternate can take their place. So the government objects, but of course understands it will be the court's prerogative how to proceed on this issue.
Mr. Kamarju said, we don't object.
The court said, you don't object.
Mr. Kamarju said, we don't object. We think the person should be excused.
Ms. Strofa said, I agree, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. I'm going to excuse that individual. Have the next one step up.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 67.
The court said, what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what is the problem?
Juror said, so 3 things. I've got personal trips coming up, including this weekend. I leave on Friday. Come back on Tuesday. I have a business trip the following week. And then the week of July 4th I'm gone as well on a family vacation.
The court said, so do you have tickets already purchased?
Juror said, yes, yes.
The court said, all right, sir. You can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 67?
Mr. Kamarju said, no.
Mr. Finkel said, no.
The law clerk said, you've got like 40 excused.
The court said, all right. We're still good. We've got another 75 downstairs.
Ms. Strofa said, I renew my application to let number 12 to go to work. He was no different than anyone else. That poor guy.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi. What is your number?
Juror said, 64.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what's the problem?
Juror said, I don't find it a problem, but I just realized how long you said it would be, and I'm diabetic. So I know I have at least 4 doctor's appointments during that time. So I don't know if that's an issue. Also,
the court said, so we're going to be ending every day at 2:45, and so that does leave you time at the end of the day to get to a doctor.
Juror said, so I could just change appointments or something like that.
The court said, correct.
Juror said, okay. One more thing. I'm going away this weekend and I won't be back till Wednesday.
The court said, is that something for which you purchase tickets?
Juror said, oh, yeah.
The court said, flight?
Juror said, no, not flight, hotel. And they're going to, if I don't, if I don't go. They're going to charge me a cancellation fee.
The court said, I see. Okay.
Juror said, and it's only till Wednesday. So.
The court said, all right. You can step back.
Juror said, okay. Thank you so much.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing her?
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
Ms. Stropha said, "No, Your Honor."
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 55.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what is your last name?
Juror said.
The court said, what is your problem?
Juror said, so I work for a temp agency right now, so I got lucky, they gave me a long-term assignment. But they don't pay out, like, jury duty things. They max 3 days. So then 7 weeks is a lot. And then since I do customer service, they need people on the phone. So I don't know if my assignment is being reassigned to somebody else, and I don't know, like, what am I going to come back to?
The court said, so are you saying that this would be a financial hardship for you?
Juror said, yeah. It's like I basically don't know if my job is going to be there when I get back, 'cause, again, it's like a temp agency, so.
The court said, did you say 55 or 56?
Juror said, 55.
The court said, okay then. All right. You can step back.
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said, number 55, any objection to my excusing her?
Ms. Stropha said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, "No."
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 57.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, so the week of June 22nd I have a wedding in.
The court said, so you have purchased tickets for the Cyprus wedding?
Juror said, yeah. Non-refundable.
The court said, okay. Well, bon voyage.
Juror said, thank you.
The court said, thank you. You may step back.
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
Mr. Kumraju said, great travel plans.
The court said, no objection to my excusing her, correct?
Ms. Stropha said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 74.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I am going to Kabul, leaving tomorrow, coming back Tuesday, and then the main one is the last week in June. I'm going away with my family and my boyfriend's family, where a certain question might be asked, knock on wood.
The court said, oh, understood. All righty. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Mr. Kumraju said, good luck with that.
Juror not present.
The court said, no objection to my excusing number 74?
Mr. Kumraju said, none here, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, "No."
Mr. Kumraju said, my wife would kill me.
Ms. Stropha said, you would regret that.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 72.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm moving out of the state in the next month to go to grad school.
The court said, where are you going?
Juror said, I'm between Georgetown and Duke, but I'll know next week.
The court said, great.
Juror said, I just don't think I can commit 7 weeks.
The court said, what are you going to study?
Juror said, business.
The court said, okay. All righty. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 72?
Mr. Finkel said, "No."
Mr. Kumraju said, no.
Next juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 71.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said, my name is.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm a self-employed physical therapist. It would be extreme financial hardship, and I'm having to relocate my business by July 1st. so it would put an end to my business to serve now. I'm sorry.
The court said, all righty. Good luck.
Juror said, thank you so much.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 71?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Comraju said, no, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, hello. Your number, please?
Juror said, 63.
The court said, your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, the problem is that I'm supposed to, I think Thursday, that's the 28th of June, go away with my girlfriend. And I was planning on actually proposing to her that week.
The court said, oh.
Juror said, so it would be a pretty big bummer if I had to change that.
The court said, good luck to you.
Juror said, thank you.
The court said, you may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, all right. Then no objection to my excusing number 63.
The law clerk said, is his girlfriend in the jury venire?
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, I'm juror 62.
The court said, what is your name?
Juror said, first name.
The court said, your full name.
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, so I know that our trial is 7 weeks. I'm getting married at the end of June. I also have, my fiancée is pregnant with my firstborn. Her first doctor's appointment is tomorrow. I work full-time as a registered nurse. And I see that this is going to be 7 weeks. And it's just not, I'm already distressed that I'm already going through this, and so, back.
The court said, understood. Understood. You may step.
Juror not present.
The court said, this makes me feel very optimistic. Number 62, any objection to my excusing him?
Mr. Comraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, nor us, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, your number?
Juror said, 48.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, I'm a New York City DOE teacher. I work with students with disabilities. And I just feel like 7 weeks being away from them is going to hinder everything they've learned so far this year and for the rest of the school year.
The court said, all righty. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 48?
Mr. Comraju said, not from us.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 61.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, I'm an independent contractor working in TV production, and to do 7 weeks would be really hard. With the rerun strike last year, it's a hardship. And I have a job starting up around June 10th. 7 weeks for us is a long time.
The court said, this would be a financial hardship.
Juror said, both financial and time. I'm a producer. I hire the crews that go onto the films.
The court said, okay. All righty. Thank you. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing 61?
Mr. Comraju said, not from us, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hi there. Your number?
Juror said, 56.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, so I'm a self-employed photographer, career. I could serve. However, I have 2 trips planned. First week of June and last week of July, overseas, work-related.
The court said, are you saying that you've already purchased the tickets for that?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, the June, yes, not the July.
The court said, okay. You can step back.
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said, Any objection to my excusing number 56?
Ms. Shrofa said, "No, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "No, Your Honor."
Next juror present.
The court said, "And your number, please."
Juror said, 68.
The court said, 68. "And your name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "And what is the problem?"
Juror said, "I have booked a family vacation June 5th, Wednesday, until June 8th, Saturday, flight to Atlanta, and hotel room."
The court said, "Already purchased."
Juror said, "Yes."
The court said, "All right then. You can step back."
Juror said, "What does that mean?"
The court said, "You can go back to your seat."
Juror not present.
The court said, "All right. Any objection to my excusing number 68?
Mr. Finkel said, "Not from the government."
Mr. Kumraju said, "No, Your Honor."
The court said, "All right. So what I'd like to do is to stop now and have them return so that we can continue at 2 o'clock.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Okay. Thank you, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
The court said, "It is now almost 10 of 1.
All counsel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
In open court.
The court said, "All right. So our work for the morning has come to a close. You'll have to return to the courtroom or rather to the hallway ready to come into the courtroom at 2 p.m. sharp. Some of you are going to be excused. Mr. Steinberg is going to read the list of those who have been excused. But the rest of you must return and be in the hallway, not downstairs, not on the way to the courthouse, but in the hallway by 2 o'clock ready to come back in. One thing that you must be very conscientious about is that you cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. The attorneys are not to have any contact with you. So if you see them in the hallway or on the elevator or outside, and they don't look at you or they don't greet you, it's not that they're being rude, it is that they simply are not permitted to have any contact with you. So have a good lunch. Mr. Steinberg will now read the list of those who are excused.
The law clerk said, "The following people are excused and do not need to return after lunch. Please also obtain your jury card from Mr. Srinath on your way out. He is in the blue suit and just raised his hand." Só the following jurors are excused. No. 25, no. 30, no. 35, no. 36, no. 37, no. 44, no. 50, no. 59, no. 87, no. 91, no. 93, no. 97, no. 53, no. 20, no. 1, no. 6,
no 9, no 13, no 17, no 18, no 26, no 19, no 21, no 23, no 24, no 27, no 28, no 31, no 32, no 38, no 39, no 41, no 43, no 45, no 54, no 92, no 93, no 66, no 65, no 57.
Number 55, number 74, number 72, number 71, number 63, number 62, number 48, number 61, number 64, number 56, and number 68. Jurors who have been excused, please get your card. Everyone else may leave for lunch and return to the hallway after lunch. Thank you. Please be ready to go at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you. After you get the card, you should give it to the jury administrator where you assembled this morning downstairs. To repeat, after you get your card, please bring it to the jury room where you assembled downstairs this morning. Thank you again for your service.
The court said, "So we started with 100, we are down 51, and we have another 75 downstairs. So I'm still optimistic that we'll get our jury. See you after lunch."
All counsel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Luncheon recess. Afternoon session 2:15 p.m. Vinayri present.
The court said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. For those of you who came on time and were ready to walk into the courtroom at 2 p.m., thank you. For those of you who are late, It's simply impossible to run a trial if I can't depend upon you arriving promptly at the appointed time. So please come on time. Otherwise, everyone is waiting and things are thrown off. All right. Do any of you have any personal knowledge of the charges in this case? Personal knowledge of the charges in this case. We are still not finished yet with the previous question. So if you'll line them up, please.
At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, hello. What's your number?
Juror said, 80.
The court said, and your name, please?
Juror said.
The court said, what's the problem?
Juror said, I don't have the finance to do this for 7 weeks. I get paid by the hour.
The court said, so you're saying it would be a financial hardship?
Juror said, yeah. I don't think I have the money to live, because I just graduated college. Still paying student loans. I couldn't do this 7 straight weeks.
The court said, all righty. You can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing him?
Mr. Finkel said, no.
The court said, is that 80?
Mr. Finkel said, yes.
The court said, okay.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What's your number?
Juror said, 75.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, what's the problem?
Juror said, my sister is getting married in Philadelphia on Friday. I'm supposed to walk her down the aisle. I'm also an attorney. I have 2 court appearances coming up next month, one in a case in California. Another one over here in Queens. I could probably get somebody else to cover it. But another member of my department is actually on the Trump jury, which is kind of unfortunate. And then I have a vacation planned the last week in June, the Jersey Shore. I could probably work that out. But then we're booked, my family is booked to travel to Italy the following week.
The court said, and when do you leave for Italy?
Juror said, Saturday the 6th is it? Sorry, I don't have my calendar on me. July 6th, I think.
The court said, and you have tickets already?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. You can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing him?
Mr. Finkel said, no.
Mr. Skirek said, no.
The court said, he was number?
Mr. Skirek said, 75.
The court said, okay.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What's your number?
Juror said, 76.
The court said, what's your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, I have a planned family vacation on the 15th of July.
The court said, the 15th of July?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, okay, so we're only going through the 12th.
Juror said, it could extend, Your Honor.
The court said, excuse me?
Juror said, it could extend. You said it yourself before.
The court said, yes. I feel more confident than I did in the morning that it will only go until the 12th. So no problem for you then.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, very good. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I'm relying on you.
Juror present.
The court said, what is your number?
Juror said, 89.
The court said, 89?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said, my name is.
The court said, what's the problem?
Juror said, I have a work-related problem. I am a partner at Kirkland & Ellis in the investment funds group. I'm really underwater with some deals right now. And I don't think I'm in a position where I can be on a case for 7 weeks. I understand my civic duty. Would be happy to come back later this summer and do another trial. But I can't be in a jury box for 9 hours a day and then working 12 to 15 hours a night for 7 weeks. I can't do it. I wouldn't even be a good juror.
The court said, so why wouldn't you be a good juror?
Juror said, because I will be sleeping. I have an unbelievable amount of work that I have to complete and I can't do both at the same time. And I can't sub out my work.
The court said, "Are you saying that you would be distracted by your work obligations were you to serve as a juror?"
Juror said, "Of course I would. And I also don't know that I would have attention span, stamina, etc."
The court said, "All righty. You can step back."
Juror said, "Thank you."
Juror not present.
The court said, "Any objection to my excusing her?"
Mr. Skirrick said, none.
Mr. Finkel said, no.
Juror present.
The court said, "Hi there. Your number, sir?"
Juror said, 95.
The court said, "And your name again?"
Juror said.
The court said, "What's the problem?"
Juror said, "So I work for a bank."
The court said, "Yes."
Juror said, "And they don't have 7 weeks of duration to be able to serve as a jury duty. I think it's significantly less than 7 weeks."
The court said, "Are you saying that they won't pay you?"
Juror said, No. I check with HR. I think the period that is allowed for jury duty is less than 7 weeks.
The court said, "Okay. So there's a legal obligation to serve as a juror no matter what your company might say."
Juror said, "Okay."
The court said, "So my question for you is, are they saying they won't pay you?"
Juror said, "There is nothing about the pay. There's no provision about the pay."
The court said, "Okay. So they don't have a say in what citizens' obligations are."
Juror said, "Okay. And in addition, we just got examined by Federal Reserve Bank of New York. And there are a lot of objectives that we have to meet and a project. And it's a very short duration right now. On top of all the other daily tasks that I need to do. It goes by due dates."
The court said, "What bank do you work for?"
Juror said, "I work for Mizuho."
The court said, "And does Mizuho have other employees?"
Juror said, "Yes, they do. It's just that the department I'm in has specific due dates. And it kind of makes it a little bit difficult for me to be able to not be in it."
The court said, "So what happens if you get hit by a truck today?"
Juror said, "I'm just saying it's going to be a lot of on my part, I think. So just that explain my situation, that's all."
The court said, "So what I'm getting at is, if you were to disappear today."
Juror said, "Right."
The court said, "The bank would find somebody else to do your job. Isn't that right?"
Juror said, "That's true."
The court said, "Okay. So then okay. You may step back."
Juror not present.
The court said, "I am not going to excuse him."
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
Juror present.
The court said, "Hello."
Juror said, "Good afternoon, ma'am."
The court said, "Your number, please."
Juror said, 96.
The court said, "And your name, please."
Juror said.
The court said, "And what's the problem?"
Juror said, "I'm an educator, high school. And I have a caseload. And it's about the end of the school year. And I have to tie up my relationships with my students before they go on. And my other compliance issues I'm responsible for at the school." Title?
The court said, "You say you have a caseload. What is your?"
Juror said, "I'm a therapist. So I'm working with students all the time."
The court said, "Are you in the public school system?"
Juror said, "Yes, public school system."
The court said, "Okay. All righty. If you'll step back, please."
Juror said, "Thank you, ma'am."
Juror not present.
The court said, "Any objection to my excusing number 96?"
Mr. Skirrick said, no.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, "Hello."
Juror said, "How are you?"
The court said, "I'm well. How are you?"
Juror said, "I'm okay."
The court said, "Would you tell me your number, please?"
Juror said, 82.
The court said, 82? And your name, please?"
Juror said.
The court said, "And what's the problem?"
Juror said, "What's the problem?"
The court said, "Yeah, you came to tell me something."
Juror said, "Oh, okay. I am a nurse, okay. So it will be very hard for me to lose 7 weeks.
The court said, so are you saying because financially it would be a hardship for you?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, would you be paid if you did not go to work? 82?
Juror said, no, I have to go to work.
The court said, okay. All right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing no?
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What number are you?
Juror said, Juror 84.
The court said, and what's your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what's the problem?
Juror said, my employer, they only pay 2 weeks of jury duty. So I'm afraid if I go to a 7 weeks trial, I'm going to have to get a pay cut of 5 weeks.
The court said, and so that would be a financial hardship for you?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing her?
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirrick said, no.
The court said, she was 84?
Ms. Murray said, yes.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 85.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I'm self-employed. I have a doggy daycare. I'm a dog trainer. So I live in Westchester. When I come here, I have to close my business because I run it on my own. So weekends and holidays are days that I'm free. But during the week, it's kind of hard for me to come. And then the dates that you gave us. I do have dogs that stay overnight, so I have to be home during the day because I have no one to take them out. I have 15, 20 dogs every day. And that's one of the reasons. If I have an employer, then but I don't.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 85?
Mr. Skirrick said, no.
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 86.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I take care of my niece when my sister is at work.
The court said, I am sorry?
Juror said, I take care of my niece when my sister is at work. It's financially hard for me to be out for 7 weeks.
The court said, all righty. You can step back. Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing number 86?
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirrick said, no.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 98.
The court said, 98. And your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, 3 things, actually. I have a publication deadline. I'm submitting a chapter for a book that's due in August. I have a 5-hour daily commute. And I've got a chronic eye condition that makes it harder for me to read the more tired I get. And I think commuting here, every day for 7 weeks is going to be exhausting.
The court said, where do you come from?
Juror said, I live in Putnam County.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is there any objection to my excusing number 98?
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hello.
Juror said, hi.
The court said, what's your number?
Juror said, my number is 99.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, well, I am still working. I'm semi-retired. And on Mondays, I open the office. If the holiday falls on a Monday, then Tuesday I open the office. And the length of time and the fact that maybe a Monday I might have to not be available for work. It causes me financial difficulties. I'm semi-retired, I'm 76 this year, and I need the money.
The court said, got it. Okay, you may step back.
Juror said, thank you so much.
Juror not present.
The court said, all righty. Any objection to my excusing number 99?
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 100.
The court said, and what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, I have work travel planned for the middle of June where I'll be out of the state for a couple days. I also have a family members and a friend's bachelor party scheduled for July within the time frame of the trial.
The court said, so is the bachelor party during the day?
Juror said, I'd be leaving in the middle of the week, yes, before the trial would end.
The court said, where would you go?
Juror said, up to Saratoga, New York. And then we're traveling middle of June would be out of state to Michigan for a couple days during the week in the middle of the week.
The court said, what do you do for a living?
Juror said, I'm a civil engineer.
The court said, and do you work for a company?
Juror said, yeah, I do consulting for HTR. It's a consulting company based out of New York. And we have a program that's nationwide which involves some travel that I've been doing for the past couple years.
The court said, so if you get hit by a truck today, is somebody else in the company going to be able to do your work?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, yes. Okay. You said that the bachelor party is in Saratoga?
Juror said,
The court said, all right. So that's a very easy drive.
Juror said, yes, but it would be, I guess, before the trial would end.
The court said, what day of the week is the party?
Juror said, I'd be leaving on a Wednesday. It would be July 10th I'd be leaving.
The court said, you're saying the party is on a Wednesday as opposed to, say, a Friday or Saturday.
Juror said, well, it's the whole weekend. I'm getting there Wednesday night, the party's through the weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
The court said, there's something in addition to the bachelor party?
Juror said, no, it's the entire weekend.
The court said, it's the entire weekend. Okay, you can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing him?
Mr. Skirrick said, no, Your Honor.
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. Number 100 is excused.
Juror present.
The court said, hello.
Juror said, I was here before, number 33.
The court said, yes.
Juror said, we can't move a vacation without significant penalties.
The court said, all right. I understand.
Juror said, we tried.
The court said, thank you. Thank you for making the effort. Her.
Juror not present.
The court said, so number 33, anybody object to my excusing?
Mr. Skirrick said, no, Your Honor.
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hi. What number are you?
Juror said, number 3.
The court said, number 3. And what is your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, when I work with mentally and disabled individuals, really, it's for 6 weeks going to be overwhelming. And I work at night, you know. And then, plus, I don't have no kids of my own. But I assist with my family, I have to pick up from school. So I can't do it. It's going to be hard. That weeks.
The court said, so are you saying with regard to your job?
Juror said, the job is going to be overwhelming for 8.
The court said, overwhelming in what sense?
Juror said, because we already short. The staff is short. The staff, we are short already.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, and then personally my family, I have to pick up my nieces and nephews from school.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, because I work in the night.
The court said, What time do you pick up the children?
Juror said, I work at night. One finish at 2 to 3:45.
The court said, okay. You can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, what number was that?
Mr. Skirrick said, 3, I believe.
The court said, all right. So any objection to my excusing number 3?
Mr. Skirrick said, no, Your Honor.
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Juror present.
The court said, hi there. Your name?
Juror said, number 52.
The court said, go ahead.
Juror said, so my fear is being out of the field for work for 7 months, 7 weeks, forgive me. I train physician and operators to do cataract surgery. And the postponement of 7 weeks potentially. And my fear is I'm going to lose business, and I'll be out of a job. That's my fear.
The court said, so do you work for a company that gives you a salary?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, and so are you saying they won't pay you if you don't show up?
Juror said, what I'm saying is I don't know we're going to have replacements to provide support for these surgeons to do the cataract surgery.
The court said, who do you support, what institutions?
Juror said, ASCs and hospitals that do cataract surgeries, such as me. And Gramercy. And we do cataract surgery there. I provide support with the surgeons on there. If I'm not there, they won't use our product. And I don't have any replacement for me if I'm not there.
The court said, you're saying there's no one else who can do your job?
Juror said, there's no one else in this territory that would do my job. I cover New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and New York City.
The court said, so if you get hit by a truck today, no surgery?
Juror said, they won't use our product.
The court said, they'll use somebody else.
Juror said, they won't use our product.
The court said, okay. You can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, any objection to my excusing him?
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
Ms. Murray said, no.
The court said, he was number?
Ms. Murray said, 52.
Juror present.
The court said, hi. Your number, sir?
Juror said, 76. I was here before.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, the problem is I don't feel comfortable between you telling me that you're going to finish on the 12th and I have a flight on the 15th. I know you're super smart, and I know that you have this whole case under control. But the gap between the 12th and the 15th is very uncomfortable for me. Besides the financial strain that dragging this for more than 2 or 3 weeks is going to take on my family.
The court said, so when you say financial strain, what do you mean?
Juror said, well, you guys pay $60 an hour, and I'm going to be not paid for my job.
The court said, you're saying you would have to forego your salary, you would not be paid while you are here?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, okay. So any objection to my excusing him?
Mr. Skirrick said, no, Your Honor.
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, and he's number?
Ms. Murray said, 76.
The court said, okay. All righty. Looks like that's it. Let's go back.
In open court.
The court said, does anyone have any personal knowledge of the charges in this case? All right. Please step up.
At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, what number are you?
Juror said, 12.
The court said, and what knowledge do you have about this case?
Juror said, so I likely read it in the Wall Street Journal so the knowledge I have is that he was or had a strong relationship with Steve Bannon. I think his ultimate goal was to take down the communist regime in China. And that he defrauded, I believe it was $1 billion or so from investors, or was, alleged to have defrauded about $1 billion from investors. And that, Steve Bannon has a close relationship with Trump. So it was all in the Wall Street Journal and the papers that I read. Journal.
The court said, so many of us read the Wall Street.
Juror said, right.
The court said, and it's not It doesn't surprise me that you may have had heard about the case. And so the first question is, can you put aside what you have read and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the testimony of the witnesses, review any documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, I believe so, yes.
The court said, what do you mean you believe? This is a yes or no question.
Juror said, yes. Yes, I mean yes.
The court said yes?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. You also mentioned that the matter had something to do with Steve Bannon. You mentioned the former president.
Juror said, right.
The court said, does that have any bearing on your point of view about this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, you don't have any biases for or against Mr. Bannon or Mr. Trump.
Juror said, no.
The court said, okay. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I see no reason to excuse him.
Juror present.
The court said, hi. What number are you?
Juror said, I am 40.
The court said, 40.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and your name please?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the problem?
Juror said, that I have heard about the case before from some friends in the nonprofit that I work in with the Himalayan Farmers Network. Apparently there was some confusion between the Farmers Alliance and the Himalayan Farmers Network. So I had known about the case before.
The court said, and could you tell me a little bit about the network?
Juror said, sure. They grow orange-fleshed sweet potatoes, which are a primary source of vitamin A, which prevent childhood blindness, which is a big issue in Nepal and the rest of the Himalayas.
The court said, okay. So agriculture is unrelated to this case.
Juror said, understood.
The court said, they are two different, very different subject matters.
Juror said, understood.
The court said, so is there anything about the fact that there may have been some confusion that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, probably.
The court said, why?
Juror said, because there are people who work very hard to improve people's lives under the name of the Himalayan Farmers Network. And we have someone with a very similar name who steals from people. Doesn't sit well with me.
The court said, so first of all, these are only charges.
Juror said, understood.
The court said, we have seen no evidence thus far, and Mr. Gua is presumed innocent.
Juror said, understood.
The court said, and he cannot be found guilty until a unanimous jury finds him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So right now, if we were to have a vote of the people in this room, they would have to vote not guilty because of the presumption of innocence and the burden on the prosecution. So can you put aside whatever you may have heard about the defendant or his activities, and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the testimony of the witnesses, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, I could try.
The court said, it's a yes or no question.
Juror said, and so I would say no.
The court said, all righty. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, she was number?
Ms. Murray said, 40.
The court said, and I am going to excuse her.
Mr. Skirek said, no objection.
Mr. Kamaraju said, just to make the record clear.
Juror present.
The court said, sir, your number?
Juror said, 42.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the issue?
Juror said, so on a professional level, and there's part on a personal level. On a professional level, I've been involved in financial technology companies, including the Chinese company, over the past 20+ years. My current company also is involved in crypto. So on a personal level, I've been investing in crypto space for the past 8 years. It's sort of a family-related business now. And just in terms of the content of the case and my ability to be impartial, I have concerns.
The court said, so cryptocurrency has become very popular among Americans, actually globally.
Juror said, yup.
The court said, And so why would you have these concerns?
Juror said, yeah. So, I mean, I know about a lot of compliance money laundering related issues that have happened both on a professional level and on a personal level. I feel like I'm too close to what's been going on in this space over the last almost decade for me to be able to judge the facts in an impartial way.
The court said, so numbers of people have knowledge about cryptocurrency and other financial matters. And the question is, can you put aside your knowledge and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony and review the documents, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, and your question is?
The court said, my question was, can you put aside your knowledge about the subject matter and your feelings about the subject matter, and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, honestly, no.
The court said, all righty. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, was he 42?
Mr. Skirik said, correct.
The court said, all right. So I am going to dismiss him for cause.
Juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 47.
The court said, and your name, sir?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the issue?
Juror said, when I came into the room, I recognized the man accused and one of the lawyers. I seen the case in the news. And I don't have much details about the case, but that's the knowledge I have from hearing the case in the news.
The court said, so this case has been in the news. So it doesn't surprise me that you may have seen something or heard something or read something.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, the question is, can you put aside whatever you have heard or seen and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to all the evidence in the case? Hear the witnesses, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, so I work as an assistant property manager in the city and building in Sutton Place in Midtown East. And there's a lot of high-profile residents, diplomats, people from all over the country. And there have been certain scenarios of few residents who have not paid rent on time because they either trying to wire the money to America from their country and they use it as an excuse not to pay rent. I do have another case of residents where they're being sued for fraud and we are trying to evict them because they haven't paid rent either. So it would be hard for me to not take the case a little bit personal. Since I always involve into like those residents, or I have, going after those residents for them to pay rent. So I don't know if I would be able to be transparent or impartial.
The court said, so this is not a case where Mr. Gua is accused of failing to pay rent.
Juror said, right. I understand. Yeah. But I do have residents who have been accused of fraud and as a consequence of that, I've been involved in like they're not being able to pay rent. So I'm involved with very familiar with lawyers in their cases trying to get them to pay rent and leave.
The court said, and you can't put aside these particular cases, your experience with these particular cases, and come here with an open mind?
Juror said, I could, but it's something I do every day and it's hard for me, not to judge the people that at least the people live in my building. They are wealthy or the high profiles. And there's always this money involved when it comes to get away with things sometimes. So.
The court said, are you saying that you come in with a negative feeling already toward Mr. Gua?
Juror said, not personally to him, but to people who tend to be rich or have high profiles.
The court said, but he is the only person here on trial. It's not a trial against the class of rich people. And so the question is, can you look at him as an individual and be fair and impartial to him?
Juror said, not after what I see on TV.
The court said, all right. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, he's 4'7"?
Ms. Murray said, yes.
The court said, any objection to my excusing him for cause?
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirik said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, that's it? Okay.
In open court.
The court said, Is there anything about the nature of the charges in this case that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? The government is represented here by the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams. This trial will be in the immediate charge of Assistant United States Attorneys Micah Ferguson, Ryan Finkel, Justin Horton and Juliana Murray. They will be assisted by paralegals Michael Gartland, Isabel Loftus, and Jeffrey Mearns. Please stand and face the jurors. The defendant in this case is Miles Gua. Mr. Gua, please stand and face the jurors. Mr. Gua is represented by his attorneys, Siddhartha Kamraju, Sabrina P. Schroff, Matthew S. Barkin and E. Scott Skirick. Mr. Kamraju and Mr. Barkin are with the law firm of Pryor Cashman LLC, and Mr. Skirick is with the law firm of Alston and Bird. They will be assisted by paralegal Ruben Montilla, attorneys Daniel Pullman, John Kilgard, Claire Tilton, James Beal, and Jorge Salazar of Pryor Cashman, and also been involved in Mr. Gua's defense. Please stand and face the jurors. Do any of you know Mr. Gua or any of the other individuals that I have just identified? Have you, your family members or close friends, had any personal or business dealings directly or indirectly with any of these individuals, including the defendant? Have any of your relatives or close friends had any association or business dealings with any member of the staff of Pryor Cashman LLP or Alston and Bird? The gentleman, if you would please give him the microphone. Sir, what number are you?
Juror said, 75, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. And your dealings with?
Juror said, I had a case against Pryor Cashman about 7 or 8 years ago. Different attorneys. I don't know them. And to my knowledge, I last had contact with them 5 years ago or so.
The court said, and you're an attorney, correct?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, you may be seated. And the next individual, what number are you?
Juror said, 89.
The court said, and what is the issue?
Juror said, similar to the gentleman in front of me. I just happen to know some attorneys at Pryor Cashman from law school or just from the legal community in New York. I don't know these individuals.
The court said, all right. You may be seated. Anyone else? I'm going to read the names of potential witnesses in this case, as well as other individuals whose names may be mentioned during the trial. After I read the list, the number of names, I'm going to ask whether you are familiar with them. Aaron Mitchell, Adalberto Catabriga, Alex Saltani, Alex Hadjikaralambis, Alexandra Gale, Amin Shams, Amy Buck, Ana Izquierdo, Andrew Zitman, Anthony Alechi, Anthony De Batista, Anthony Martinez, Ava Chan, Barong Liu, Bin Gua, BJ Pendergast, Bo Collins, Bruce Frederick, Chelsea Grady and Qinghua Wang. Do any of you know any of these individuals or have your family or close friends had any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those people? I'm going to continue now with the list of names. Christina Schatz, Christine Frassini, Christine Lee, Courtney Benitez, Crystal Wong, Damon Lope, Daniel Podhasky, Darren Blanton, Darren Luce, David Lasky, Defing Chow, also known as Wayne, Doa Deshaush, Esson Hack, Esson Mossid, Elaine Delapia, Elliot Broidy, Erica Buonacore, Aaron McNamara, Faye Faye, Gabriella Luciano. Do any of you know or have any of your family members or close friends have any dealings directly or indirectly with any of those people? I'm going to continue with my list of names. Giacomo Mattioli, Gladys Chow, Haidong Hao, Haitham Khaled, Haley Richens, Howren He, Ho He, Hongfei Gua, Isabel Despins, Jamie Wilson, Jamie Tam, Janie Du, Jason Miller, Jenny Lee, Jeremy Temkin, Jesse Brown, Jessica Mastrogiovanni, Jessica Volchko, Jianpeng Jianhui. Do any of you know or have any family members or friends who've had dealings directly or indirectly with any of those people? I'm going to continue. Jiu Bien, John Morgan, Joseph Hugdahl, Juliana Lister, Justine Atwood, Karen Maestrello, Catherine Miles, Katrina Laperta, Kelly No, Kevin Ma, Kinmin William, Kit Adelman, Kyle Bass, Lan Yu Luzhou, Li Chu, Limari Reyes Molinares, Lin Chao, Lonnie Souza, and Louis Bonsukin. Do you know or have any of your family members or close friends had any dealings with any of these individuals, directly or indirectly? Continuing with my list. Lou Zhu, Luc Despens, Madeline Despens, Maggie Sklar, Maggie Murphy, Marios Mamzaris, Mark Williams, Marvin James Sawyer, Matt Smith, Matteo Gandini, Matthew Pottinger, Max Krasner, Mei Gua, Melissa Bakari, Melissa Francis, Melissa Mendez, Ming Tong Zong, Minran Wu, Na Zhou, and Nicholas De Marino. Do any of you know or have any of you or your family members or close friends had any dealings directly or indirectly with any of those individuals? I'm continuing with my list. Nikki Lum Davis, Nicole Torres, Nicole Tsai, Nina Peng, Olivia Sabade, Paolo Sazzi, Patrick Chin, Patrick York, Paul Doran, Paul Hinton, Prakazrel Michel, Priya Patel, Chong Gua, also known as Miles Sun, Chidong Xia, also known as Long Island David, Rachel Campbell, Rachel Cartwright, Ray Dragon, Robert Stout, Robin Mokhtar, Ross Heinemeyer. Do any of you know or have you or any of your family members or close friends had any dealings directly or indirectly with any of those people? I'm continuing with my list. Rui Jing'an, also known as Ryan and Crab, Russell Stockhill, Ryan Sears, Sam Roberts, Sarah Way, Scott Barnett, Shamal Madrano, Simon J.E., Sophia Chan, Steele Schottenheimer, Steve Bannon, Steve Weber, Tedroy Wilson, Tom Bishop, Tom O'Leary, Una Wilkinson, Victor Serta, William Kump, Xiaobo He, Xiaoka Min. Do any of you know or have you or your family members or close friends had any dealings, directly or indirectly, with any of those people? I'm continuing with my list. Yili Yimping Wang, also known as Yvette, Yangping Louis Xing Li. The court said, Yin Yang Wang, also known as Ayla, Yongbing Zhang, Zachary Efting, Zhaoying Yi, Feng Xiaodu. Do any of you know any of those people or have you or your family members or close friends had any dealings directly or indirectly with any of those people? The witnesses in this case may include one or more of what is known as an accomplice, or cooperating witness, a person who has admitted to participating in crimes related to the indictment, as well as other crimes. Is there anything about the fact that cooperating witnesses may testify in this case that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? I will now read the names of potential businesses or entities that may be mentioned during the trial. ACA Capital, Armanino, Bank of Princeton, Bitco, Brioni, Dallas Lamborghini, Eastern Profit, Ferrari Beverly Hills, Freedom Media Ventures, G-Bank, G-Clubs, G-Coins, G-Fashion, G-Mall, G-Media, G-Music, and G-News, as well as Getter, Golden Spring, and Greenwich Land. Do any of you know or have any of your family members or close friends had any dealings directly or indirectly with any of those entities? Sir, what is your number?
Juror said, 78, Your Honor.
The court said, 78? And what is it?
Juror said, which entity?
The court said yes.
Juror said, Bank of Princeton.
The court said, what is your relationship to the Bank of Princeton?
Juror said, I work for a separate bank, but there's participation loans between the two banks.
The court said, you work for a bank and sometimes there are participation loans.
Juror said, well, there is a participation loan between the two banks. I'm not aware of any other relation. But there's a specific loan that I've been working on together with Bank of Princeton.
The court said, so in the course of your work you deal with a number of different entities. Is that correct?
Juror said, yes. I work for a different bank, and this is a participation loan with the Bank of Princeton.
The court said, just the fact that you may have a business relationship with the Bank of Princeton, is that going to prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror if the Bank of Princeton is mentioned in this trial?
Juror said, no. No, Your Honor.
The court said, do you think you can be completely impartial if the Bank of Princeton comes up?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, do you think you might have a bias in favor of the Bank of Princeton because your business is doing business with the Bank of Princeton?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would you have a bias against the Bank of Princeton because of that?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. You may be seated. Anybody else? Do any of you know or have any family members or close friends had any dealings directly or indirectly with any of these entities? GTVH Coin, Hamilton Investment, Heyman Capital, HHK Property Management, HHK Technologies, Himalaya Exchange, Himalaya Farm Alliance, HR Owen, Hudson Diamond, Jovial Century, Jumio Maywind, Ember Bank, Mercantile Bank, Mountain of Spices, New Federal State of China NFSC, Next Bank, OSC Orbit Service Company. Anyone know or have any family members or close friends that have had dealings with those entities, directly or indirectly? I'm going to continue with my list. Passion Rosa, Faxis, Post Oak Motors, Promemoria, RH Sotheby's, Rule of Law Foundation, Rule of Law Society, Strategic Vision, Taurus Management, Voice of Gua, Voice of Good. Anybody know or have any family members or friends who have had dealings directly or indirectly with any of those entities? The events in this case took place at or around 188 East 64th Street in Manhattan, 19 Hohai Beiyan, Xiqing District, Beijing, People's Republic of China, 20 South Bay Road, Repulse Bay, Hong Kong, 3 Columbus Circle in Manhattan, 373, Taconic Road in Greenwich, Connecticut, the Crocker Mansion at 675, Ramapo Valley Road in Mahwah, New Jersey, Panga 7-Star Hotel in Beijing, Chaoyang, Beijing, 100101 in People's Republic of China, and the Sherry Netherland Hotel, 5th Avenue, Apartment 1801, New York, New York. Anyone familiar with these locations? Do any of you know or have any of you or your relatives or close friends had any association or business dealings with any member of the staff of United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, or the Department of Homeland Security? Have you a family member? I'm sorry. Oh, what is your number?
Juror said, 89.
The court said, and what have your dealings been?
Juror said, oh, just there are a number of former SEC employees that I work with directly on a daily basis. I don't know if that counts.
The court said, all right. You may be seated.
Juror said, thank you.
The court said, have you, a family member or close friend, ever been employed by any federal, state, or local law enforcement agency, or the justice system? Oh, there's an additional person over there. What is your number, please?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor. 98, the late Bill Pauley, Judge Bill Pauley married me 6 years ago.
The court said, he presided over your wedding.
Juror said, correct.
The court said, okay. Thank you.
Juror said, 75, Your Honor. Formerly employed by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Virginia. It was within law school though, so I wasn't employed, but I was trial practice certified.
The court said, all right. Thank you.
Juror said, I'm number 11. My sister works for the federal government.
The court said, your assistant?
Juror said, my sister.
The court said, your sister.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and what does she do?
Juror said, she's an ALJ with the Department of Health and Human Services, Your Honor.
The court said, and is there anything about her job that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, considering that your sister is employed by the federal government, would that cause you to side with the government in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would it cause you to have a bias against the government?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would it cause you to side with the defense?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would it cause you to have a bias against the defense?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, anyone else? What is your number?
Juror said, 95. My younger brother is a prosecutor in Long Island.
The court said, in the state?
Juror said, I think he's in Mineola. I don't think it is state. I'm not too sure on that one.
The court said, is there anything about your relationship with your brother, or his work that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, not really.
The court said, because your brother is a prosecutor, would that cause you to side with the prosecution in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you be against the prosecution?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would you have a bias against the defense?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would you be for the defense?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, anyone else?
Juror said, my daughter used to work at the New York City Department of Investigation. In particular for the New York Police Department, but she's now working for a different department for the city.
The court said, so is your daughter a lawyer?
Juror said, no. Well, she does analysis for New York City Department of.
The court said, and your number again, sir?
Juror said, number 4.
The court said, okay. So is there anything about your daughter's work at any of those divisions that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, considering that she works for the government, would that make you side with the government in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you be against the government?
Juror said, no. I would be fair.
The court said, you would be fair. Okay. I'm asking you, would you have a bias against the government?
Juror said, no, no.
The court said, would you have a bias in favor of the defense?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you have a bias against the defense?
Juror said, no.
The court said, anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, no.
The court said, anybody else?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, your number please.
Juror said, number 15. My sister works for the U.S. Department of State.
The court said, okay. So considering that she works for the federal government, is there anything about her job or your relationship with her that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would you favor the government because your sister works for the government?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would you be against the government?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, would you have a bias against the defense?
Juror said, no.
The court said, a bias in favor of the defense?
Juror said, none.
The court said, anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, your number please.
Juror said, number 60, Your Honor. My father was an auxiliary police officer with the NYPD.
The court said, all righty. Is there anything about his job that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, I believe it may bias me towards the side of the police department, if that was the question, ma'am.
The court said, so would you agree with me that in every profession, there are those who are competent and who have integrity, and then there are those who are incompetent and who lack integrity? In every profession?
Juror said, it depends on what we would describe as a profession.
The court said, every job. There are those that do their job competently and with integrity, and then there are those who don't.
Juror said, there are jobs that are inherently bad or immoral, in my opinion.
The court said, so let's just stick with being an auxiliary police officer. Do you consider that to be a job that can be characterized as a positive contribution to society?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, but would you agree that there are some who take on that role who may not be good at it?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, and there may be some who lack integrity when they carry out their duties. Is that correct?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. So knowing that there are good apples and bad apples, would you have a bias in favor of a law enforcement official who is on the witness stand?
Juror said, I would think that the majority would be good, so that seems to be a bias.
The court said, so you're saying you would give any law enforcement witness the benefit of the doubt?
Juror said, yes, ma'am.
The court said, okay. You may be seated. Who else?
Juror said, Juror 69. My daughter currently works for the Connecticut State Court System as a court reporter, recorder.
The court said, she's a stenographer?
Juror said, no, recorder. So she has electronic means, and she sits in trials and records and transcribes.
The court said, in the same way that this very competent individual is doing?
Juror said, perhaps. It looks very similar.
The court said, all right. Okay. Is there anything about her job that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, and it would not interfere with your ability to come into the courtroom with an open mind?
Juror said, no, it doesn't.
The court said, okay then. You may be seated. Have you or any family member, individually or in the course of business, ever been a party to any legal action or dispute with the United States or any offices, departments, agencies or employees of the United States, or have any interest in any such legal action or dispute or its outcome? Your number, sir?
Juror said, Juror 76. I do tax preparation. I constantly fight with the IRS.
The court said, you can distinguish between the IRS and other departments of the government, right?
Juror said, certainly.
The court said, okay. Anybody else? Does anyone have any bias, prejudice, or other strong feelings for or against United States Department of Justice, United States Attorney's Office, or any law enforcement agency? Have any of you read, heard, or seen anything in the newspaper, on the internet, or on TV about this case? And I address this question to those who have not already answered the question. And in answering the question, I don't want you to disclose the contents of what you may have heard.
Juror said, okay. Juror 89. I've read some internet articles about the case.
The court said, okay. You may be seated.
Juror said, I wouldn't say that Your Honor. Juror 78. I wouldn't say that I actually saw the details of the case. But just standing outside, I heard associations about the case, just loud, on the megaphone. I didn't know about it before this morning, Your Honor.
The court said, when you say standing outside, what do you mean by that?
Juror said, with the megaphone, there was just something comparing this to another case.
The court said, are you saying that you exited the courthouse and you heard something?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. And without stating what you heard?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, does that have any impact on your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, so you understand that here in the United States we have freedom of speech?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, and we can praise or criticize individuals in public, right?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, that's right. And so given that precious freedom, that does not mean that what someone says is necessarily going to influence you, is that correct?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, that's right. Okay. Who else? This trial will likely generate media attention. Will each of you follow my instruction that you should absolutely avoid reading, watching, or listening to media reports concerning the case, including coverage of the case on social media like Facebook, Twitter, blogs, etc., until after the case is over?
The juror said, yes.
The court said, is there anyone who cannot follow that instruction? Will each of you follow my instruction that you may not research or talk about the case with other people until the case is over?
The juror said, yes.
The court said, is there anyone who will not follow that instruction? As I mentioned, during the trial you will hear evidence concerning alleged racketeering, an alleged racketeering conspiracy involving wire fraud, securities fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering. Will the nature of the charges affect your ability to render a fair verdict? Have you or anyone close to you been involved in any proceedings involving the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission? Have you or anyone close to you filed for bankruptcy or been involved in a bankruptcy proceeding?
Juror said, Juror 79. My girlfriend is a restructuring attorney.
The court said, did you say your girlfriend is a restructuring attorney?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, So your girlfriend is involved in assisting clients who need to restructure their debt. Is that correct?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, and would that have any impact on your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, anybody else? Do you or anyone close to you have strong views about the Chinese government or the Chinese Communist Party?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor. There's been a lot of news about their treatment of I believe it's Uyghur people. Also, the political situation with Taiwan is very concerning for the future, as the situation with Hong Kong was a few years ago.
The court said, counsel, would you step up, please?
At the sidebar.
The court said, so I suspect that any number of people may have strong feelings about the Chinese government or the CPC. What line of questioning do you want me to pursue?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, we would ask if people have strong feelings. If they want to, I think it would be appropriate to deal with those feelings at sidebar, since there could be a wide range of things that could be relevant to the trial or irrelevant to the trial. That would be government's view.
The court said, so this individual, for example, what would you want me to ask him? He said he's not happy with Taiwan. He's not happy with the Uyghurs. What else?
Mr. Finkel said, this individual I think should be struck for cause because he has a bias in favor of law enforcement.
The court said, yes, we know that already. But there may be somebody who comes along who says something similar about the Chinese.
Mr. Finkel said, I think it should be explored, and I think that it should be asked of him whether what he's heard he can put out of his mind so that he can focus on the evidence or lack of evidence that is introduced at this trial. Render a fair and impartial verdict based on what he sees and hears at this trial, and follow your instructions.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I think every government summation I've ever heard is, use your common sense. Don't leave it at the door. His common sense would include the bad acts of the Communist Party of China. So I think it's kind of a tight balance here asking somebody to set aside, so maybe, before the person, actually. I think he's the only one who may have raised his hand, so...
The court said, I'm not going to bring him up because we've already decided.
Ms. Shrofa said, I don't know if there's anybody else.
The court said, I think there might be another person.
Ms. Shrofa said, oh, there might be?
The court said, I'm just trying to understand what it is that you want me to get at.
Mr. Kamraju said, personally, I would just ask, whatever their feelings are about the Chinese party. Can you be fair and impartial in this case, in the same way you would ask about any other?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, the government's concern is that part of their defense, I think, is that Mr. Gui is fighting against the Chinese Communist Party. And if a juror may not decide on the facts of this case, and just decide that this is an individual who's fighting against the Chinese Communist Party, they would be sympathetic to him. That would mean someone who's not fair and impartial. That's what the government's concern is.
Mr. Kamraju said, I think Your Honor can address that by asking, can you be fair and impartial?
The court said, I'm not going to bring up the defense.
Mr. Kamraju said, no, certainly not, Your Honor. I would simply say, whatever your feelings are about the Chinese Communist Party. Can you be fair and impartial about your verdict in this case? That's all.
The law clerk said, Judge, there's someone else who wants to talk about the duration of trial. He just missed the question.
The court said, okay, so if you'll have him come up.
The law clerk said, Judge, also, juror number 60, I think he's already been struck.
Juror present at sidebar.
The court said, Sir, what is your number?
Juror said, 73.
The court said, What's your name?
Juror said.
The court said, What is the problem?
Juror said, Now I didn't go up here earlier about the duration issue, so I wanted to hear what, the case is about, like that. But now that I think this is going to be a long trial and I work in the finance at Columbia University. And this is the end of the fiscal year and I'm heavily involved with the closing. If the trial.
The court said, the closing of what?
Juror said, the books, accounting books. So if the trial is going to be every day, that affects me.
The court said, but when you're away from your job at Columbia, you're still receiving 100% of your salary, aren't you?
Juror said, I do.
The court said, and if you got hit by a truck today, they'd find someone else with your skills to fill in your position. Isn't that right?
Juror said, that's correct.
The court said, okay, so you can be absent from your job.
Juror said, okay. But what I'm saying is what I do right now. In this situation, nobody does it except me.
The court said, right, but that doesn't mean that someone else.
Juror said, I know. Nobody is indispensable.
The court said, yes.
Juror said, yes. I'm just saying my concern.
The court said, I understand you're saying that this may be your specialty.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, I bet Columbia University has tremendous resources, and it can identify other people who may not be as good as you are, but who may approximate your skills and talents. All right, you may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I'm not going to excuse him.
The law clerk said, on 60, the conversation about the police officer was while he's standing up over there. And I think we had a conversation at sidebar.
The court said, so number 60, the young man who was talking about his father being an auxiliary police officer, do we agree that he should be struck for cause?
Mr. Finkel said, yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kumraju said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, okay.
In open court.
The court said, is there someone else responding to the last question? Okay.
Juror said, Juror 81, Your Honor.
The court said, what number is that?
Juror said, Juror 81.
The court said, yes. Go ahead.
Juror said, I'm a member of the military reserves, and they've been telling us about potential conflict with China. But that's pretty much.
The court said, okay. So I imagine that they must tell you that we need to prepare to deal with any number of different countries. Isn't that correct?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. So the fact that they may have mentioned China, would that prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, do you have any particularly strong feelings about China?
Juror said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. You may be seated. You may hear testimony about or from former senior members of the Trump administration, including Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. Do you have any strong views about advisors to former President Donald Trump, including Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case? All right. Please step up.
At the sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, hi there. What's your number?
Juror said, 11, Your Honor.
The court said, what did you want to tell me?
Juror said, to be truthful, I don't trust them. I don't trust Steve Bannon. Those are my.
The court said, so.
Juror said, just in terms of what I've read in the news.
The court said, so there may be things in the news about an individual that concern you, but we're not thinking about an individual generally. It's only with respect to this case. And so what a juror has to do is to come in with an open mind and listen to the evidence in the case. Listen to the witnesses, review the documents, follow my instructions on the law.
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, and not concern themselves with things they've heard outside the courtroom.
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, can you do that and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, I don't think so, Your Honor, to be very honest.
The court said, why not?
Juror said, I've just been following a lot of the news over the past 4 years, and his beliefs are not my beliefs. And that's pretty much how I feel about that, Your Honor.
The court said, I understand that maybe his politics are different from your own.
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, but the question is, can you, knowing that you disagree with him, you can disagree with a person, right? I'm sure that you have family members or friends where you strongly disagree with them.
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, but does that make you unable to be fair and impartial towards them?
Juror said, no, Your Honor. I understand the question.
The court said, "You can be fair and impartial in this case?"
Juror said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "Okay. You may step back."
Juror not present.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Your Honor, she's clearly struggling with that answer. She said no initially. Obviously Your Honor brought up the family member analogy and that brought her around, but she very clearly, from my perspective, said that her feelings about Steve Bannon, who is going to come up in the trial in connection with the businesses here, she doesn't trust him. She doesn't think he's honest, so I don't think there's any way that she should not be excused for cause."
Ms. Strofa said, "Also, Your Honor, the fact pattern is such that Steve Bannon is standing, according to the government's evidence, next to Mr. Gua, making a political announcement. If she actually said, 'I simply don't trust Bannon,' she's obviously going to. The obvious context is, it's in the very context in which she doesn't trust him, and her words were, 'I don't think so, Your Honor.' To be honest, she only came around because the link was to a family member, whom you have to like whether or not you disagree or not. Family you're stuck with."
The court said, "So what context do you understand that Mr. Bannon is going to come up? If you feel comfortable telling me that?"
Ms. Strofa said, "I don't know. It's the government's proof. They can."
The court said, "I don't know. I don't know if you're bringing him up. I don't know."
Ms. Strofa said, "No. The government is going to bring him up, not us."
The court said, "The only thing I know about Mr. Bannon and Mr. Gua is that Mr. Bannon was arrested on his yacht. Is there more to it than that?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "Okay."
Mr. Finkel said, "There's more to it than that. Just to be transparent, of course, to the court. The government views Mr. Bannon as a co-conspirator in this case. What's at issue here is whether or not this juror can be fair and impartial. As defense counsel both pointed out earlier, everyone brings their own sort of common sense and biases to any interaction they have. And what matters, which is key for the court, Your Honor, is when you asked her, can you be fair and impartial? Can you place what you know out of the courtroom, outside of your mind, and base your decision only on the witnesses and the evidence you hear in this case?" And she said yes. So if they want to strike her as a peremptory, they're free to do that.
Ms. Strofa said, "That's not what happened." She said, "No, I don't think so, Your Honor. To be honest." Then the court analogized and asked about the family structure. Then she let out, and I wrote down on my card a big sigh, and she stopped. So I do not think that that is correctly characterized.
The court said, "Let's bring her back."
Juror present.
The court said, "I expect that Stephen Bannon will come up in this case, and you express disagreement with his political views."
Juror said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "Knowing that he will come up in the case, can you put aside your negative views toward him? I understand that you have them, but put them aside and be a fair and impartial juror in this case?"
Juror said, "Yes, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may step back."
Juror not present.
Mr. Kumraju said, "We renew our objection, Your Honor."
Mr. Skirik said, "Only because I've been recently reviewing some of the government's exhibits. One of the government's summary exhibits that they plan to introduce very early on for one of the early witnesses very prominently has Steve Bannon on videos with his speaking by association with Mr. Gua and the Rule of Law Foundation. So right up front we're going to have to confront this issue where Mr. Bannon is speaking essentially on behalf of the defendant."
The court said, "Okay. Could you read back to me my question and her answer?"
Record read.
The court said, "All right. I believe that I have rehabilitated her, and so I am not going to dismiss her for cause."
Ms. Strofa said, "Your Honor, Stephen Bannon isn't just going to come up. The evidence that she's going to be receiving is that Miles Gua and Stephen Bannon jointly put forward a political movement. Right, and she has said she distrusts that. So at the very least could the court ask her that if there was evidence linking the defendant to Mr. Bannon, would she still be fair and impartial towards the defendant while she's judging him? It's not a byline that Steve Bannon is, The way the question comes up is, Steve Bannon's name will come up. Sure, his name may come up. Then we wouldn't have this argument. But he's closely aligned. There's a lot of testimony that comes out about Steve Bannon here.
The court said, what I asked her to assume is that he is involved in this case. That's what I said. And I'm acknowledging that she has a bad impression of Stephen Bannon, and she has said she can still be fair. I'm not going to dismiss her for cause. Could we have the next person?
Next juror present.
The court said, hi. What is your number?
Juror said, 16.
The court said, and your name please.
Juror said.
The court said, what is the issue?
Juror said, I think I would find it difficult to be impartial, given that there might be Trump administration individuals involved in the case.
The court said, so you feel that you have a bias for or against people who are affiliated with Donald Trump?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, so if I told you that there are individuals who are involved in the case who are associated with Donald Trump, knowing that now, could you set aside whatever your feelings are, good or bad? Can you set them aside and come into the court with an open mind, listen to the evidence of the case, hear the witnesses, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, I could. I just don't know that I would believe what they're saying is true. So even though I could listen to your instructions and try to follow them, I don't know that I would feel that I could trust the testimony they gave as inherently true, just.
The court said, so I understand you to say that you have a bias against people involved with Donald Trump? Is that correct?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, all right. I think that she should be dismissed for cause.
Mr. Kumraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
The court said, number 16, is that correct?
Ms. Shrofa said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, all right then.
Next juror present.
The court said, hello. What is your number?
Juror said, number 15.
The court said, yes.
Juror said, 15.
The court said, and your name please.
Juror said.
The court said, what's your last name?
Juror said.
The court said, and what is the issue?
Juror said, I'm not sure I can trust the testimony of Steve Bannon.
The court said, so I'm not saying that he necessarily will be testifying in this case. What I'm saying is that he will come up. He is an involved individual, and so it sounds to me, when you say that you cannot trust him, that you have a negative viewpoint of him.
Juror said, I think he's a vile human being.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, sorry.
The court said, is that because of the political views that he has expressed?
Juror said, no. It's more as a woman. I just find him to be despicable.
The court said, okay. I understand you have negative, intensely negative feelings about him.
Juror said, thank you for acknowledging that.
The court said, but the question is, can you, knowing that you have these feelings, put them aside and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witnesses testify, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, yes, I do think I can do that.
The court said, excellent. You can step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present.
Mr. Kumraju said, we're going to object. I understand her answer, but just so I can make the record. She referred to Steve Bannon as a vile human being. Steve Bannon is the reputed chairman of GTV and he's involved in the Rule of Law Foundation. He's in a video with Mr. Guo. He's going to be all over the case. And to have a juror who views him as, to use her term, a vile human being, regardless of her answer.
The court said, would you feel the same if she said that he was a saintly individual?
Mr. Kumraju said, well, obviously I would take a different perspective, but I think they would object, Your Honor. And on the same basis.
The court said, but an individual can be conscious of their feelings, good or bad, and still set them aside. She has said that she can set them aside. I do not believe she should be dismissed for cause.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor. Maybe if you could just ask a clarifying question whether or not she could judge Mr. Gua fairly if she heard testimony that Mr. Gua and Mr. Bannon were in business together. That's the question I would ask. Because the government's evidence is going to show they're hand in hand for months at a time. The government is going to allege that Mr. Gua bought Mr. Bannon a house. The government is going to allege, literally, that he's a co-conspirator. So if a despicable human being is in a chain with you and you're a woman, and you know. As a woman, I have my own issues with Mr. Bannon, but I'm just saying, it's not that Bannon's name is going to appear. It's that Bannon and Mr. Gua are going to be linked by the government. So the government's proof is that they're in business together. Then would you be able to be fair to Mr. Gua? That's the question. It's not a peripheral appearance by Mr. Bannon. So if it was Donald Trump, yeah. That's a peripheral appearance because Bannon, Mr. Gua and Donald Trump don't stand on a yacht together announcing the rule of law foundation or doing anything else. They're actually, the evidence is, they are together.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, the key fact about the interaction with that prospective juror is, the court asked her, Can you be fair and impartial, despite your prior opinions on Mr. Bannon? She emphatically said yes. That's all that matters. That's what matters.
Mr. Kumraju said, No, Your Honor.
Ms. Shrofa said, That's not all that matters, actually.
The court said, I'd like to bring her back.
Juror present.
Juror said, Hi.
The court said beforehand you used the words vile and despicable to describe Mr. Bannon.
Juror said, Yes.
The court said, and I asked you whether you could set aside your negative feelings and come into the court with an open mind and listen to the evidence in this case and follow my instructions on the law and be fair and impartial. You answered yes.
Juror said, If he's not on the witness stand. I said that before that I don't know if I could believe his word.
The court said, Right. Okay. So let us assume that he's not going to be on the witness stand but that there will be an allegation that he has a business relationship with the defendant. Can you set aside your negative feelings about Mr. Bannon and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the evidence of the case, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror, knowing that that is an allegation?
Juror said that he has a business dealing with the defendant.
The court said correct.
Juror said, Yes.
The court said very good. You may step back.
Juror not present.
Mr. Kumraju said, We made our record. We're going to renew our objection.
Next juror present.
The court said, Your number, please.
Juror said, 40.
The court said, And your name?
Juror said.
The court said, And what is the problem?
Juror said, The question was, do I have an issue with Steve Bannon or former Trump officials?
The court said yes.
Juror said, Yes, I would have a hard time believing anything Steve Bannon said.
The court said, Okay. You may step back.
Juror not present.
Ms. Shrofa said, Didn't we let her go already?
The court said, Yes, we did.
Next juror present.
Juror said, I'm Juror 47, Your Honor.
The court said yes.
Juror said, I just have against Trump, political views against Trump and Steve Bannon. And I don't think I would be able to be partial in this case.
The court said, Okay. Thank you for coming forward.
Juror not present.
The court said, We've already excused him.
Next juror present.
The court said, What is your number?
Juror said, 52.
The court said, Your name?
Juror said.
The court said, And the issue, please?
Juror said, And the issue is more when you mention Trump, it just triggers the reaction. I can't in full conscience say I will be without prejudice with the mentioning of Steve Bannon. I would like to think I would, but I can't be.
The court said, I appreciate your candor. You may step back.
Juror not present.
Ms. Shrofa said, He was already struck, right?
The court said, Yes, he was.
Ms. Shrofa said, Thank you.
Next juror present.
The court said, Hello. What is your number?
Juror said, 88.
The court said, And your name?
Juror said.
The court said, And what would you like to tell me?
Juror said, All I know about Mr. Gua at this point is that he gave Steve Bannon a yacht to live on for 2 years. And I think that's accurate. And I would not really be able to trust anything Mr. Bannon said.
The court said, so if I tell you that Mr. Bannon is not going to be a witness in this case, but the prosecution alleges that Mr. Bannon and the defendant had a business relationship.
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, can you set aside whatever feelings that you have based on things you've heard outside of the courtroom? Can you set those feelings aside, come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the evidence in the case, hear the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, I would do my best.
The court said, well, I need a yes or no answer.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. You may step back.
Juror not present.
Mr. Kamaraju said, we're going to object, Your Honor, that he's not being struck for cause. What he said was he couldn't trust anything that Steve Bannon said. The government's allegations are going to involve things that Steve Bannon said, that they claim are false. What the juror says is that he can't trust anything, he doesn't know anything about the evidence. But a juror who says that.
The court said, all right. Let's bring him back.
Juror present.
The court said, hi there. I believe that you said that you would not be able to trust Steve Bannon if he was a witness. Is that correct?
Juror said, correct. Correct.
The court said, okay. So I expect that the government is going to put forth statements made by Mr. Bannon during the case. And so my question for you is, can you still put aside these negative feelings that you have about Mr. Bannon and knowing that his statements may be part of this trial? Can you come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the evidence in the case, listen to the witnesses, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, very good. Step back.
Juror not present. Next juror present.
The court said, hello. What's your number?
Juror said, number 60.
The court said, okay. Go ahead.
Juror said, if Steve Bannon's testimony is involved, I can't trust a word that Bannon said. I can't. I think he's a cheat and a liar. He and Cohen and Flynn and Trump himself and the rest are despicable, so.
The court said, thank you for your honesty. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, he's already been excused.
Mr. Finkel said, yes. He's really been trying so hard.
Next juror present.
Juror said, 89.
The court said, and your name please?
Juror said.
The court said, yes. Go ahead.
Juror said, I have to be honest. It's been a minute. The question is that Steve Bannon is going to be a witness. Potentially?
The court said, not that he would be a witness but that he is involved in the case. There's an allegation that he has a business relationship with the defendant.
Juror said, okay. So my political leanings are not particularly, what's been going on over the last 8 years would lead me to have a bias against Steve Bannon. I don't know how that would affect my view of his testimony. I would try to be unbiased, but I can't promise that.
The court said, thank you for your candor. You may step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, she's already been excused.
Next juror present.
The court said, hi. Your number please?
Juror said, 42.
The court said, and your name?
Juror said.
The court said, go ahead.
Juror said, so given my sort of preconceptions of one of the individuals you mentioned, I would have a difficult time.
The court said, which individual?
Juror said, Steve Bannon.
The court said, so you have strong feelings about Mr. Bannon?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, you don't need to tell me whether they're favorable or unfavorable.
Juror said, yup.
The court said, but I expect the prosecution to allege that he had a business relationship with the defendant. And knowing that, could you put aside whatever feelings you have towards him and come into the court with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, in all honesty, no.
The court said, "All right. You may step back."
Juror not present. Next juror present.
The court said, "Hello. What is your number, please?"
Juror said, 46.
The court said, "And your name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "And the last name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "Okay. And what would you like to tell me?"
Juror said, about bias for Steve Bannon, right?
The court said, "Yes."
Juror said, I wouldn't trust anything he would say under oath if he were a witness.
The court said, "So he's not going to be a witness."
Juror said, okay.
The court said, "I expect that the government is going to allege that he had a business relationship with the defendant."
Juror said, okay.
The court said, "And so you said that you couldn't trust him. Essentially you're expressing negative feelings toward him. But the question is, can you put aside? Can you push away those negative feelings and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony? Review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?"
Juror said, I would think with my feelings, my bias, it might be a little more heavy, honestly.
The court said, "Understood. Understood. Tell me your number one more time."
Juror said, 46.
The court said, "Thank you very much."
Juror said, all right. Thank you.
Juror not present.
The court said, "So I am going to dismiss 46 for cause."
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
Next juror present.
Juror said, 75, Your Honor. I'd have a tough time, given the credibility of either of those two people you mentioned.
The court said, "All right. Understood. You may step back."
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said, "He's already been."
Mr. Finkel said, yeah.
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Yeah."
The court said, "Yes."
Next juror present.
The court said, "Hello. What's your number?"
Juror said, Juror 94.
The court said, "And your name?"
Juror said.
The court said, "And what is the issue?"
Juror said, I don't believe I could be a fair, hearing the testimony from Bannon.
The court said, "So I would not expect Mr. Bannon to testify."
Juror said, okay.
The court said, "I expect that the government is going to say that he had a business relationship with the defendant. And so could you put aside these feelings that you have developed about Mr. Bannon up till now? Can you put them aside and come into the court with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?"
Juror said, I would do my best.
The court said, "So I need a yes or no answer."
Juror said, no.
The court said, "Okay. Thank you."
Juror not present.
The court said, "What number is that?"
Ms. Shrofa said, 94.
The court said, 94. So I will excuse her for cause.
Next juror present.
Juror said, 95.
The court said, "One moment, sir. One moment."
Juror said, okay.
The court said, "All right, sir. What is your number?"
Juror said, 95.
The court said, "Your name again?"
Juror said.
The court said, "What is the problem?"
Juror said, so this is an issue with the Trump administration. So I believe with all the misinformation. They divided the country to an extreme. And I believe you specifically mentioned Steve Bannon. I remember him being on TV where they had Trump, former Trump, Donald Trump having personal, physical contact with Steve Bannon, and the negative, given my negative opinion on Trump, that is my feeling on that.
The court said, "You're saying that you have negative feelings toward Trump advisors?"
Juror said, yes.
The court said, "So the question is, well, first of all, I don't expect Mr. Bannon to be a witness in the case. But I do expect that the prosecution will allege that he had a business relationship with Mr. Voir. And so the question is, can you put aside these negative feelings that you have developed and come into the courtroom with an open mind and listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, and follow my instructions on the law and be a fair and impartial juror?"
Juror said, I'll definitely give it a try, but the thing is, I cannot view him as an honest person because he definitely did contribute a lot toward the former election of Donald Trump. President Trump. I mean, I have no idea whether he is I have no idea. But if he is here as a witness, and if I'm hearing him, I cannot give 100% confidence that I'll completely trust.
The court said, so he's not going to appear as a witness.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, the allegation is that Mr. Gua has business dealings with him.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, and so he will be mentioned.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, and the question is whether you can put aside your negative feelings about him that you come into the courtroom with now.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, and you can be aware that you have these negative feelings, but push them aside and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, and be a fair and impartial juror.
Juror said, I'll definitely try.
The court said, okay, you can step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, he's number what?
Mr. Finkel said, 95.
Juror said, I'm going to dismiss him for cause.
Next juror present.
The court said, number 98? Your name, ma'am.
Juror said, yes, my name is.
The court said, go ahead.
Juror said, I find the previous administration's sense of alternative facts to be the root of a significant threat to American democracy. I find Mr. Bannon to be as repugnant a human being as you can find. I think that he's a liar. That he's a master manipulator, probably a thief. And I can't imagine any evidence that would change my mind about that.
The court said, thank you for your candor. You may step back.
Juror said, thank you.
Juror not present. Next juror present.
Juror said, good afternoon.
The court said, you're number 22? And your name, sir?
Juror said.
The court said, okay. And what would you like to say?
Juror said, yes. I think my concern is really about Steve Bannon. I happen to listen to the news a lot. And I personally don't like his position when it comes to race matters, his view on people like me. So whatever he has to say, really, I don't really find anything positive coming out of him. So him, with that in mind. Him as a witness I think it will impair or affect my judgment of anything he has to say.
The court said, so he will not be appearing as a witness.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, the government alleges that Mr. Bannon had a business relationship with Mr. Gua.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, and so there will be statements made by Mr. Bannon, but he is not going to be present in the courtroom. And so the question is, can you put aside these negative feelings that you already have about him? Can you put them aside, come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, review the documentary evidence, follow my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, those are the concerns that I would try to work on, but I will work on it is what I can say standing right here. I would try to work on it. I can't give a definite yes or no, right now, just because of those feelings.
The court said, okay. You may step back.
Juror said, okay.
Juror not present.
The court said, he's 22? I'm going to excuse him for cause.
Mr. Kumraju said, Your Honor. We were just going to ask if you would ask a specific question with respect to statements from Mr. Bannon as part of the government's proof with jurors 11 and 16.
The court said, if you'll have 11 come back.
Ms. Murray said, 16 was struck.
Mr. Kumraju said, oh, 16 was struck. Then obviously.
Ms. Shrofa said, no. You have the wrong number then.
Mr. Kumraju said, 15, Your Honor. I apologize.
Ms. Shrofa said, 11 and 15, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Continued on next page.
Mr. Finkel said, the government has no objection to the additional question about the statements. I think really the heart of the matter is whether the jurors can be fair and impartial, or whether they would associate that because the defendant had a business relationship with him. They couldn't be fair and impartial, and they couldn't put that out of their mind. That's really the inquiry.
Ms. Strofa said, it's not just a business relationship. The government is going to argue that they were on a yacht together for days and weeks at a time. That he lived with Bannon and Gua. They lived together. Gua gave him a ton of money. Bannon joins in his political movement. We're not talking about a business relationship where, to a bank. I lent him 10 grand and then he didn't pay my 10 grand back. There's a business relationship. And then there's Gua and Bannon. And that is going to come from the government. They're going to put that forward.
Mr. Kamraju said, just to be specific. The particular part of the business relationship are businesses that the government alleges to be part of the racketeering enterprise. So GTV, the rule of law foundation. So it's not sort of an esoteric relationship.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, really what they're getting at is whether the juror, and this is a fair question, whether the juror would associate Mr. Bannon. The mere association between the two of them would tend to make the juror have a bias against the defendant. Find against the defendant. That's really the question. And if the answer to that is yes, I think the government wouldn't object to cause.
The court said, all right, we'll have her come in.
Juror present.
The court said, hi there. I had mentioned before that Mr. Bannon is not going to be a witness. But the government alleges that there was a business relationship between Mr. Gua, the defendant, and Mr. Bannon. Is the fact that they had this relationship going to cause you to be biased against Mr. Gua?
Juror said, no.
The court said, you can be a fair and impartial juror despite that?
Juror said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, please step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, I'm going as far as I'm going to go.
Juror present.
The court said, hello again.
Juror said, this is very nerve-wracking.
The court said, I'm sorry. Your number again?
Juror said, 15.
The court said, okay, so I had mentioned before that Mr. Bannon is not going to be testifying.
Juror said, okay.
The court said, what is alleged is that the defendant, Mr. Gua, and Mr. Bannon had a business relationship. The fact that the government will allege that they had a business relationship, is that going to cause you to be biased against Mr. Gua, the defendant?
Juror said, no.
The court said, you can be fair and impartial?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, all righty, please step back.
Juror not present.
The court said, is that it?
The law clerk said, yes, Judge.
The court said, okay.
In open court.
The court said, do you have any strong views about cryptocurrency that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror? All righty, if you'll step up please.
At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, hi there.
Juror said, hi there.
The court said, and what is your number?
Juror said, 99.
The court said, okay, what did you want to tell me?
Juror said, well, I never care for the whole idea of cryptocurrency because I felt like who do they think they are? Trying to change the American gold standard? And so it turned me off. And I thought that it was just some kind of rip-off, the people, kind of falsehood.
The court said, okay, thank you for your candor. All right, you may go back.
Juror not present.
The court said, we can go back.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Thank you. Your Honor, are we going till 5 today, straight through?
Court said, oh yes.
Ms. Strofa said, I just want to know if you're going to take a bathroom break.
The court said, I'm not going to take a break unless one of these potential jurors asks me.
Ms. Strofa said, all right. Then I'll just grin and bear it.
In open court.
The court said, is it your opinion that the actions charged in the indictment as I have described them should not be crimes or should not be prosecuted by the government? Have you been involved as a defendant, victim, witness, or in any other way in any prosecution for fraud or money laundering? The defendant is charged with acting with others in committing the alleged crimes. Some of those other individuals are not on trial in this case. You may not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, toward the government or the defendant from that fact. You also may not speculate as to the reason why other persons are not on trial. Would any of you have any difficulty following this instruction? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been involved or appeared as a witness in any investigation by a federal or state grand jury, or by a congressional or state legislative committee, licensing authority or governmental agency? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been questioned in any manner by a federal, state, or local law enforcement agency, including the FBI? Your number, please?
Juror said, 76.
The court said, okay. And what happened?
Juror said, I tried to be an FBI agent when I was about 21 years old, and I went through the whole process.
The court said, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Anybody else? Your number?
Juror said, 15. I have numerous friends and family that work for the federal government. And one or two of them. I was interviewed by the FBI as part of their security clearance.
The court said, so you essentially were a reference for those individuals?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, is there anything about that experience that would cause you to be biased in favor of or against either party in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, anybody else? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been a witness or a complainant in any hearing or trial, whether state, local, or federal?
Juror said, number 10. I was a witness, probably 25 years ago. And I worked in retail for shoplifting cases, but that's about it.
The court said, and what court did you appear in?
Juror said, Queens County Court.
The court said, and is there anything about that experience as a witness in a shoplifting case that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, did you witness the shoplifting?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, would that make you favor the government in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you be biased against the government?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would it make you favor the defendant in the case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you be biased against the defendant?
Juror said, no.
The court said, are you, a family member or close friend under subpoena or, to your knowledge, about to be subpoenaed in a criminal case? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been the subject of any investigation or accusation by any grand jury, federal or state? If you'll step up, please.
At sidebar. Juror present.
The court said, hi there. What is your number?
Juror said, 16.
The court said, and what did you want to tell me?
Juror said, my grandfather was accused of fraud and assault by a partner. And he was put in jail briefly. I don't think he was ever fully charged. But he was put in jail because of assault towards her. And she accused him of fraud. Social Security fraud, I think.
The court said, all righty. Thank you very much.
Juror not present. In open court.
The court said, anyone else? Okay. Have you, a family member or close friend, ever been the victim of a crime? Go ahead. Your number?
Juror said, 89. I was mugged.
The court said, all righty. Thank you for letting me know. Who else?
Juror said, 52.
The court said, number 52. You're saying that you were mugged, is that correct?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, who else?
Juror said, number 58. My car was stolen.
The court said, number 58. Your car was stolen. And so when did that happen?
Juror said, about 10 years ago.
The court said, and where was that?
Juror said, in Brooklyn.
The court said, did you report that to the police?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, did you get the car back?
Juror said, I did. Not in good condition, but, yes.
The court said, were you satisfied with the way the police handled the case?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, is there anything about that experience that would cause you to be biased against the defendant?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you favor the defendant?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you be biased against the government?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you favor the government?
Juror said, no.
The court said, who else?
Juror said, my sister was recently shot.
The court said, I'm so sorry to hear that. Is she okay?
Juror said, she is alive, but okay would be stretching it.
The court said, very sorry to hear that. And I hope that she recovers. Who else?
Juror said, I was mugged twice.
The court said, and what number are you?
Juror said, oh, 88. Sorry.
The court said, and when did those muggings happen?
Juror said, probably 25 years ago.
The court said, was that here in New York?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and did you report the muggings?
Juror said, yes. Well, one I reported, one no, I reported both of them.
The court said, and was anybody held accountable?
Juror said, well, the perpetrator of the second mugging was arrested for a much worse mugging. And he was held accountable for that. I don't know what happened to my case.
The court said, and the first matter was not dealt with at all?
Juror said, no.
The court said, okay. So given that you were mugged twice and no one was held accountable for those muggings, would that interfere with your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, anybody else?
Juror said, 16. My boyfriend was mugged a couple of months ago.
The court said, thank you for telling me. One moment.
Juror said, hello. Number 42.
The court said, and what happened?
Juror said, I had money removed from my bank account on 2 occasions by an illegal, by somebody else who shouldn't have been doing that.
The court said, who else?
Juror said, number 90. My home was burglarized.
The court said, and where was that?
Juror said, in Westchester County.
The court said, and was anybody held accountable?
Juror said, no.
The court said, and when did this happen?
Juror said, 2015.
The court said, you reported it to the police?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, were you satisfied with the way the police handled the case?
Juror said, yes, but we lost a lot of things.
The court said, so considering that your house was burglarized, you lost possessions, no one was held accountable. Would that cause you to have a bias against the defendant in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you have a bias against the government in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you be biased in favor of the defendant?
Juror said, no.
The court said, biased in favor of the government?
Juror said, no.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, anyone else? Have you ever served on a jury or grand jury in federal or state court? What number?
Juror said, 76.
The court said, and when was that?
Juror said, I would say about 20 years ago.
The court said, okay. Who else?
Juror said, 75. A grand jury here in the Southern District about 6 or 7 years ago.
The court said, who else?
Juror said, Juror 77. Like 4 or 5 years ago, here.
The court said, here in this courthouse?
Juror said, no, it was state.
The court said it was state court?
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, and was it a civil or criminal case?
Juror said, criminal.
The court said, and without telling me the verdict, did you reach a verdict?
Juror said, partial. Not all the counts.
The court said, did the jury reach a unanimous verdict on at least one count?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. Given your experience in state court, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, who else?
Juror said, number 88. I've been on civil and criminal in New York State and also federal court.
The court said, in what county?
Juror said, Manhattan, New York.
The court said, and the criminal cases that you were on, did they reach a verdict?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. And the civil cases, what happened in those cases?
Juror said, reached a verdict.
The court said, and how recent was the most recent jury service?
Juror said, that I was actually on the case.
The court said, that you were a member of the jury.
Juror said, 20 years ago, I would say.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, 42. This was a state case, criminal, well over 10 years ago.
The court said, thank you. Who else?
Juror said, number 52. I was in a civil case in Kings County about 15 years ago.
The court said, thank you. Who else?
Juror said, so number 12. I was on a state criminal case in 2016 as an alternate juror.
The court said, and were you placed on the jury? Did you substitute in for one of the jurors?
Juror said, I was on the jury, so I listened to the entire trial, but I was excused before the decision.
The court said, so you didn't participate in reaching a verdict, correct?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, how long ago was that?
Juror said, 2016.
The court said, okay. Who else?
Juror said, number 5. Civil, 10 years ago.
The court said, where?
Juror said, Manhattan County.
The court said, and did that go to verdict?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, criminal trial in the Bronx, Bronx Criminal Court, 15 years ago maybe.
The court said, all right. Without telling me the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. Is there anything about that experience that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you give the microphone to juror number 5? Is there anything about your experience being a juror that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no, ma'am.
The court said, the government witnesses in this case will include agents and analysts from the FBI. Would any of you be more or less likely to believe a witness merely because he or she is a law enforcement officer? And I address this question to those who have not already answered it. Some of the evidence admitted at trial may come from searches performed by law enforcement officers. I instruct you that those searches were legal, and that the evidence obtained from those searches is admissible in this case. Do any of you have strong feelings about searches conducted by law enforcement officers, or the use of evidence obtained from such searches that would interfere with your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Does anyone have any expectations about the types of evidence that the government or the defendant should or will present in this criminal trial, or in a criminal trial more generally? Would everyone be able to follow the court's instruction that the government is not required to use any particular technique in order to investigate a case? Is there anybody who would not be able to follow that instruction? Under our system of law, the jury determines the facts and the court determines the law. These two areas are separate and distinct. At the end of the case, I will instruct you on the law. You're required to accept the law as I explain it to you. It will be your job to determine the facts subject to my explanation of the law. You may not substitute your notions of what the law is or what you think it should be. Is there anyone who feels that he or she is either unwilling or unable to apply the law as I explain it to you? Under our system of law, every defendant is presumed innocent and cannot be found guilty unless a jury, having heard all the evidence in the case, unanimously decides that the evidence proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who has any difficulty accepting the law, or the presumption of innocence as to the defendant? Under our system of law, the burden of proof is on the government. That burden never shifts to the defense. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence, present any evidence, testify, or cross-examine any of the government's witnesses. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you cannot hold that against him. Is there any juror who cannot follow that instruction? Conversely, if defense counsel decides to put on a case on the defendant's behalf, that fact does not shift the burden of proof to the defendant. nor does it diminish the obligation of the government to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Would any of you have any difficulty following this principle? The law provides that only the evidence produced here in the courtroom may be used by you to determine whether the government has met its burden of proving the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You may not consider any outside facts beyond the trial evidence. Is there anyone who has difficulty accepting that law? The law provides that the question of punishment is for the judge alone to decide. The question of the possible sentence that the defendant may receive cannot enter into your deliberations as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Is there any juror who cannot follow that instruction? If the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, is there anyone who feels that they could not render a verdict of guilty? If the evidence does not establish the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, is there anyone who feels that they could not render a verdict of not guilty? Do any of you have any legal training? And I address this question to those of you who have not already answered it. What number are you?
Juror said, number 40.
The court said, and what is the nature of your legal training?
Juror said, I used to work for the Coalition of the International Criminal Court.
The court said, okay. Who else?
Juror said, that's it for me.
The court said, does anyone have any religious, philosophical, or other beliefs that would make him or her unable to render a verdict? Alrighty. I am now going to move on to questioning the individual jurors. I'm going to start with number 2. If you would state your number.
Juror said, number 2.
The court said, and your county of residence and neighborhood during the last 5 years.
Juror said, I lived in the Bronx, and I just moved to Manhattan this year.
The court said, okay. How far did you go in school?
Juror said, to like college or like.
The court said, did you graduate high school?
Juror said, yes, yes. Bachelor's, college.
The court said, and you graduated college?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and what did you study in college?
Juror said, biology and computer science.
The court said, and what is your current job?
Juror said, laboratory technician for Columbia University.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, no.
The court said, what do the members of your household do for a living?
Juror said, my mom works for the post office, my brother works for Starbucks.
The court said, do you like to read books, magazines, or websites?
Juror said, yeah. I like to read books.
The court said, what type of books?
Juror said, fantasy.
The court said, do you belong to any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, reading or playing video games.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, I don't believe so.
The court said, it calls for a yes or no answer.
Juror said, sorry, no. Yeah, no. Sorry.
The court said, now going on to number 4. If you would state your number, your county of residence. I'm sorry, your number 3. No, I'm going to number 4. If you would state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the past 5 years.
Juror said, I'm number 4. I live in the Bronx for the past 30 years.
The court said, how long?
Juror said, 30 years.
The court said 30.
Juror said, same place in the Bronx.
The court said, and what neighborhood there?
Juror said, 14th Ogden Avenue.
The court said, Ogden Avenue?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, actually, I don't think juror number 2 told me the neighborhood.
Juror said, Hudson Yards.
The court said, Hudson Yards. Okay, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, I went to Long Island University, get my bachelor degree in 2013, education.
The court said, in 2013 you got an education degree?
Juror said, yes. Bachelor degree.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, I work in the Department of Education, NYC DOE, as a special education teacher assistant.
The court said, Are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, yeah, I'm married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, my wife stay home.
The court said, and is she a homemaker?
Juror said, yes. Yeah.
The court said, okay. And are there other adults in the house who work?
Juror said, yes. My daughter work at the New York City Department of Housing and Preservation.
The court said, who works at housing?
Juror said, my daughter.
The court said, your daughter. Okay.
Juror said, my son graduated from computer science last year. He going to start a new job very soon.
The court said, he has not started the job yet?
Juror said, no. He's not yet. Yeah, he's waiting for it.
The court said, okay. And do you like any types of books or magazines or websites?
Juror said, yes, I do a lot of books about children mostly because I'm a teacher. So usually I read those books, and yeah.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, listening to music. I like some documentary on TV, scientific documentaries.
The court said, and is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, okay. I'd like to go to number 5. Please state your number.
Juror said, number 5.
The court said, your county of residence.
Juror said, Manhattan.
The court said, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years?
Juror said, Harlem. City College area.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, some college.
The court said, and what were you studying?
Juror said, sociology.
The court said, your current job?
Juror said, executive assistant.
The court said, and you've held that for the last 5 years?
Juror said, 10 years now.
The court said, and are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, single. 2 kids.
The court said, are there any adult members of the household who work?
Juror said, yes. Son just graduated Saturday, this past Saturday.
The court said, congratulations.
Juror said, thank you. Oldest one lives in Virginia, so no. And then 2 parents.
The court said, so you said the son who just graduated.
Juror said, he has not started any job yet.
The court said, no job.
Juror said, just came home.
The court said, and your parents, are they working?
Juror said, they both are retired. School teachers.
The court said, and then somebody in Virginia?
Juror said, yeah, my oldest son.
The court said, he works?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, what does he do?
Juror said, he's an economist and banking.
The court said, do you like to read any types of books, magazines?
Juror said, nope.
The court said, websites?
Juror said, no.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, what's that?
Juror said, so I have Nkoga, Ph, Okwagminfaku, Ph, Okusaka, Ph.
The court said, could you tell me what those organizations do?
Juror said, those are all either non-profit, well, all of them are non-profit. But they based on, from the origin from Ghana, West Africa. And so they are all either one is national, well. 2 of them are national-based and 1 is local.
The court said, and what is the purpose of the organizations?
Juror said, well, it's more for cultural-based. It's more cultural-based.
The court said, got it. How do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, either working with those organizations, helping out, and youth, with the youth.
The court said, helping out youth?
Juror said,
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, no.
The court said, we'll come back to juror number 2. How long have you been in the job that you have?
Juror said, 2 years now as of May.
The court said, and what did you do before that?
Juror said, I graduated in 2021, and I didn't do anything until I got this job in 2022.
The court said. And number 4. How long have you been at your job?
Juror said, since 2005.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, close to 20 years now.
The court said, all righty. I am now going to juror number 7. If you would please state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years.
Juror said, Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen.
The court said. And what is your number?
Juror said, number 7.
The court said, okay. How far did you go in school?
Juror said, bachelor's.
The court said. And what was the subject matter?
Juror said, liberal arts.
The court said. Your current job?
Juror said, HR director.
The court said. And have you been doing that for the last 5 years?
Juror said, for over 25 years.
The court said. Are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, married.
The court said. What does your spouse do for a living?
Juror said, he retired from the NYPD.
The court said. And was he an officer at the NYPD?
Juror said, he was a detective.
The court said, a detective. And I expect that there will be law enforcement witnesses in this case. Would you be able to judge their testimony in the same way that you would judge the testimony of any other witness?
Juror said, yes.
The court said. Would you tend to have a bias in favor of a law enforcement witness?
Juror said, no.
The court said. Would you have a bias against a law enforcement witness?
Juror said, no.
The court said. Is there anything about your husband's job, former job, that would prevent you from being fair and impartial in this case?
Juror said, maybe. Because I hear him all the time talking about, the news. And I'm listening to opinions.
The court said, all right. So many people express opinions one way or the other. And of course, sometimes you have different opinions from your husband.
Juror said, correct.
The court said. And so my question is, can you put aside his opinions and treat both sides in this case fairly?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, do you think that because your husband was in law enforcement, that will give you a bias in favor of the prosecution?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you have a bias against the prosecution?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you be in favor of the defendant?
Juror said, I don't know.
The court said, would you be against the defendant?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, so are you saying that you have a bias against the defendant?
Juror said, repeat it?
The court said, in other words, do you come into this courtroom already with feelings against the defendant?
Juror said, to be perfectly honest, yes, because I've experienced.
The court said, so the question is, can you put aside any previous experiences that you may have and come into the courtroom with an open mind, listen to the witness testimony, evaluate the documentary evidence, listen to my instructions on the law, and be a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are there any other adults in the household who work?
Juror said, my son.
The court said, and what does he do?
Juror said, he's a paraprofessional.
The court said, in what?
Juror said, Department of Education.
The court said, do you like to read any types of books or magazines?
Juror said, just some basically health books of the mind and the body.
The court said, anything on the web that you like to read?
Juror said, finance.
The court said, and are you belonging to any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, unfortunately, watching Netflix.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, all righty. If you would pass the microphone to number 8, would you state your number, county of residence, and neighborhood over the last 5 years?
Juror said, number 8. Number 8.
The court said, and what county do you live in?
Juror said, Bronx.
The court said, And you've been there for at least 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and what neighborhood of the Bronx? What section of the Bronx?
Juror said, Allerton.
The court said, Allerton. How far did you go in school?
Juror said, school?
The court said yes.
Juror said, I was before 10 years only for language.
The court said, are you having any difficulty understanding my questions?
Juror said, yes, but I have 11 years.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, but I don't have any school here.
The court said, no schooling here. Where did you go to school?
Juror said, in my country.
The court said, and where is that?
Juror said, Albania.
The court said, in Albania you went to school. Okay. What is your job?
Juror said, porter.
The court said, and have you been doing that for 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, married.
The court said, and what does your spouse do for a living? Do you have a wife?
Juror said, yes. We work together, same place.
The court said, same place. And other people in your home, do you have any other people that have a job?
Juror said, my daughter. Only my daughter.
The court said, your daughter? What does she do?
Juror said, nothing.
The court said, how old is your daughter?
Juror said, 30.
The court said 30?
Juror said, 30.
The court said, okay.
Juror said, she is disabled.
The court said, she's disabled. I see. So she can't work.
Juror said, no.
The court said, no. Okay. Do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, only I watch TV and.
The court said, you like TV. Okay. And do you have membership in any clubs?
Juror said, no.
The court said, and is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror?
Juror said, no.
The court said, okay. If you would pass the microphone to number 10. If you would say your number.
Juror said, 10, number 10.
The court said, and your county of residence and neighborhood.
Juror said, Westchester County, Valhalla.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, master's degree.
The court said, in what subject?
Juror said, business management leadership.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, director of real estate and property management.
The court said, and have you been doing that for at least 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, I am married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, she's a homemaker. She's a homemaker.
The court said, homemaker. Okay. Any other adults in the household who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, before children, yes. Well, I guess different reading now, yes.
The court said, so what type of reading do you do now?
Juror said, a lot of children's books. Grumpy Monkey, mostly.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, children, driving them around, taking them to sports, and things like that.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, if you would pass the microphone to number 11. If you'd state your number, please.
Juror said, 11.
The court said, and your county of residence.
Juror said, Bronx County for about 17 years.
The court said, and your neighborhood.
Juror said, Riverdale.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, bachelor's in mass communications.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, I'm an event planner.
The court said, and you've been doing that for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, in a significant relationship.
The court said, and your significant other, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, he's a machine operator at LaGuardia and JFK airports.
The court said, anybody else in your household who works?
Juror said, none.
The court said, any type of reading you like?
Juror said, not particularly, no. I mainly focus on social media.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, none.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, I'm a singer. I do weddings and parties.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, none, Judge.
The court said, if you could pass the microphone to number 12, would you please state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood?
Juror said, 12. And it's Manhattan, Murray Hill.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, Bachelor's of Business.
The court said, your current job?
Juror said, Vice President of Investor Relations.
The court said, and have you been doing that for at least the last 5 years?
Juror said, no, 6 months.
The court said, and before that?
Juror said, I was a stock analyst at a bank for 9 years.
The court said, and are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and your significant other, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, she is head of human resources for a bank.
The court said, any other adults in your household who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, Wall Street Journal.
The court said, are you involved in clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, I don't have much spare time really. I work a lot and so maybe travel, but that's about it. Nothing too exciting.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, okay, if you could please pass the microphone to number 14.
Juror said, he's not here.
The court said, he's not here? Okay, then to number 15. If you would state your number.
Juror said, number 15. Manhattan, Manhattan Valley.
The court said, and you've been there for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, Masters of Business Administration.
The court said, your current job?
Juror said, SVP of Marketing and Fundraising.
The court said, what type of setting?
Juror said, healthcare. Nonprofit.
The court said, and you've been doing that for 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, he's a medical receptionist.
The court said, did you say medical receptionist?
Juror said, correct.
The court said, any other adults in the house who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, yeah. I like mysteries. I read the New York Times if I have time, BBC.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, travel. I love the theater. Enjoying New York.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, if you would please hand the microphone to number 29. I'm sorry, yeah, number 29. Number 34. Please state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years.
Juror said, number 34. Bronx. Pelham Bay.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, bachelor's.
The court said, what subject?
Juror said, economics.
The court said, What is your job of the last 5 years?
Juror said, well, I just became a director 8 months ago. Before that I was an administrative manager for the Department of Housing, Preservation and Development.
The court said, if you could speak up into the microphone. You said you were a director?
Juror said, I am currently.
The court said, you're currently a director of what?
Juror said, of HPD, Housing, Preservation and Development.
The court said, and you used to do what?
Juror said, I was an admin manager before that.
The court said, and that accounts for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, significant relationship.
The court said, and your significant other, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, he's retired.
The court said, what did he used to do?
Juror said, construction.
The court said, are there any other adults in the household who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, novels, romantic.
The court said, okay. I want you to keep your voice up. You said you like novels?
Juror said, romantic novels.
The court said, romance novels. Okay. Any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, your spare time?
Juror said, puzzles. Spend with my family.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, please go to number 49. If you would state your number, your county, and your neighborhood.
Juror said, 49. Manhattan, East Village.
The court said, you've been there for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, high school.
The court said, what is your job?
Juror said, porter.
The court said, water?
Juror said, porter, like a janitor.
The court said, porter. Are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, no.
The court said, are there other people in your house who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of books or magazines or the websites?
Juror said, sports, religion, and stuff.
The court said, are you involved in clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, hanging out with family.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, if you would please hand the mic to number 51. If you would state your number, your county of residence, and neighborhood of the last 5 years.
Juror said, number is 51. I live in Brooklyn, Greenpoint, Brooklyn.
The court said, how long have you been living in Brooklyn?
Juror said, since September.
The court said, counsel, would you step up, please?
At sidebar.
The court said, so it's my understanding that a Brooklyn resident is not qualified to be a juror in the SDNY, correct?
Ms. Shrofa said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, so I will dismiss her. I'll just move on to the next person. Okay.
In open court.
The court said, if you would pass the microphone to number 58.
Juror said, 58.
The court said, and your county of residence and neighborhood during the last 5 years?
Juror said, Westchester County, New Rochelle.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, I have my doctorate.
The court said, in what subject?
Juror said, physical therapy.
The court said, and you've been doing physical therapy for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and your significant other, what does that person do?
Juror said, they are a mechanic. Mechanic.
The court said, mechanic. Are there other adults in the house who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, mostly business magazines.
The court said, Any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, your spare time?
Juror said, I volunteer at the Humane Society.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, all righty. If you would please pass the microphone to number 69.
Juror said, number 69.
The court said, your county?
Juror said, Rockland County, Congers.
The court said, I'm sorry. Oh, there you are. Rockland County in Congers. And you've been there for at least the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and how far did you go in school?
Juror said, 3 years college.
The court said, what subject?
Juror said, engineering and computer science.
The court said, your current job?
Juror said, I am an associate director of a facilities department.
The court said, associate director. What type of facility?
Juror said, it's a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, I am married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, she's an accountant.
The court said, are there other adults in the house who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, yes, I do. I read engineering and science books mostly.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, I belong to a boat club and I also belong to some religious ministries.
The court said, in your spare time?
Juror said, the ministries and the book club.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, please pass the mic to number 70. And if you would state your number, your county of residence, and neighborhood over the last 5 years.
Juror said, number 70. Lower East Side.
The court said, and you've been there for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and how far did you go in school?
Juror said, I dropped out in high school and I'm in college now.
The court said, so you got a GED?
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, great. And what are you studying now?
Juror said, liberal arts.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, maintenance. And I own 2 online stores.
The court said, what do you sell?
Juror said, vitamins, my own product vitamins, and clothing.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, yes, married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, she's a teacher assistant.
The court said, anybody else in the household who works?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, Stephen King.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, your spare time?
Juror said, just with my store and my kids.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you pass the microphone to number 73? If you'd state your number, your county of residence, and your neighborhood during the last 5 years.
Juror said, 73. Westchester. Yonkers.
The court said, you've been there for at least 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, associate director of finance budget.
The court said, in what sort of a setting?
Juror said, I'm sorry?
The court said, what type of a setting do you work in?
Juror said, in financial, yeah.
The court said, okay. And you've been doing that for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, significant, long distance. The Philippines.
The court said, you said a significant long distant what?
Juror said, Philippines. In the Philippines.
The court said, In the Philippines.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, okay. And your significant other, does that person work?
Juror said, banking.
The court said, are there any adults in the household who work other than you?
Juror said, brother, a nurse assistant at St. Barnabas.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, financial access.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, none.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, house chores, documentaries.
The court said, anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, none.
The court said, number 77 please. If you'd state your name, your county of residence, and neighborhood of the last 5 years.
Juror said, 77. Manhattan. Central Harlem.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, Bachelor of Science and Computer Science.
The court said, what is your job?
Juror said, I'm currently not working.
The court said, and how recently did you have a job?
Juror said, 4.5 years ago.
The court said, and what did you do 5.5 years ago?
Juror said, I was an IT in a large financial institution.
The court said, and how long did you have that job?
Juror said, 23 years.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, significant relationship.
The court said, and your significant other, does that person work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, and are there any other adults in the household who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, any type of reading that you like?
Juror said, spirituality, esoteric art, photography, and other things.
The court said, are you involved in clubs or organizations?
Juror said, yes. I'm a community leader in the Atlassian user group. Atlassian is a software company.
The court said, I'm sorry, I am not following you. You said you were a community leader in what kind of group?
Juror said, it's a user group of Atlassian software. It's a collection of people that use software products by the Atlassian company. And so we plan and host events of other people that use those products.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, gardening and photography.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you pass the mic to number 78?
Juror said, number 78. I live in Manhattan County, been living here for a little bit over 5 years. I live now in the Upper East Side. The past 5 years I also lived in Hell's Kitchen and Greenwich Village.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, bachelor's in business management.
Continued on next page.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, I work in commercial lending. I've been doing it for almost 6 years. Titles have changed. But it's the same, pretty much the same work.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, engaged to be married, living in the same apartment.
The court said, congratulations. And your fiancé, what does that individual do?
Juror said, she's a social worker.
The court said, and any other adults in the household who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, what type of reading do you like?
Juror said, self-help, mystery, and a little bit of news from different sources. Mainly through Google News.
The court said, namely through?
Juror said, Google News.
The court said, Google.
Juror said, yeah.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, no.
The court said, your spare time?
Juror said, either running, reading, TV. Nothing in particular.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, if you'd pass the mic to juror 79, could you tell me your number, your county of residence, and neighborhood of the last 5 years?
Juror said, number 79. Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen.
The court said, I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Juror said, sorry. Number 79, Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, Bachelor's of Science.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, I'm a portfolio manager.
The court said, I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Juror said, portfolio manager.
The court said, and you've been doing that for the last 5 years?
Juror said, basically the same, different titles.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, significant relationship.
The court said, and your significant other, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, she's an attorney.
The court said, what sort of law does she practice?
Juror said, bankruptcy restructuring.
The court said, so would you be able to put aside anything that you have learned about bankruptcy law, bankruptcy proceedings, and only follow the evidence that you hear in this case?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, science fiction. Whatever the Hudson News has when I'm about to travel.
The court said, science fiction, and did you say travel?
Juror said, like whatever the Hudson News has before I.
The court said, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing you, sir. If you would please speak up.
Juror said, sorry. It's whatever the bookstore has available before I get on a flight.
The court said, if you could speak louder and slower.
Juror said, whatever the bookstore has before I get on a flight, so really anything.
The court said, and are there any other adults in your household who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, are you involved in clubs or organizations?
Juror said, yeah, Jacques Pepin Foundation.
The court said, what is that?
Juror said, it's, well, he's a TV chef. And the organization writes grants to smaller nonprofits that train people on culinary or professional skills.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, video games, cooking.
The court said, video games and what?
Juror said, cooking.
The court said, cooking. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you pass the mic to number 81, please?
Juror said, number 81. From Westchester County, New Rochelle.
The court said, and you've been there for at least 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, Master's in Information Technology Management.
The court said, and your current job?
Juror said, I'm a field service engineer for a medical instruments company.
The court said, you've been doing that for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yeah. More than that. 10. I'm also a member of Air Force Reserves.
The court said, you're also a member of the Air Force Reserves?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, she works in retail management.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, yes. I like reading about technology, about health, and religious books, self-help.
The court said, are you involved in clubs or organizations?
Juror said, I just help out in my church with the youth, that's it.
The court said, and how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, I like doing outdoor stuff, hiking, running. I also like cooking and learning new things.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you pass the mic to number 83, please?
Juror said, 83. Westchester. South Salem.
The court said, you've been there for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes. Yes.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, I have a PhD.
The court said, in what subject?
Juror said, English and American literature.
The court said, your current job?
Juror said, I'm retired. I taught English at the college level.
The court said, and how long have you been retired?
Juror said, 2003.
The court said, and how long did you work for?
Juror said, 20 years.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, I'm married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, he's retired. He was previously an advertising executive.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, yes. I read literary fiction. I read The New Yorker, The New York Times, The New York Review of Books, poetry.
The court said, and are there any adults in your house who work other than?
Juror said, no.
The court said, both you and well, you do not work, but there are no others who work in the house?
Juror said, no.
The court said, any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, yes. My local alumni club, yachting club.
The court said, so the yachting club and what other club?
Juror said, the Wellesley Alumni Club.
The court said, how would you describe what you do in your spare time?
Juror said, sailing, gardening, yoga. I'm interested in ancestry, so I help people discover their ancestry, Italian. Usually.
The court said, and is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, would you please pass the microphone to number 88? Years.
Juror said, number 88. Manhattan. Greenwich Village.
The court said, and you've lived there for at least 5.
Juror said, yes.
The court said, how far did you go in school?
Juror said, 4 years. Didn't graduate. Field was communications.
The court said, your current job?
Juror said, I am an audiobook narrator and I also work as a standardized patient at a couple of medical schools.
The court said, did you say a standardized patient?
Juror said, standardized patient.
The court said, what does that mean?
Juror said, I pretend to be sick so the med students can figure out what's wrong with me.
The court said, and this work that you've been doing as an audiobook narrator and a standardized patient, you've been doing that for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes, ma'am.
The court said, are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, no.
The court said, any adults in the house other than yourself who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, I like politics, the arts, music.
The court said, are you involved in any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, I'm a member of the Screen Actors Guild and also the Musicians Union. That's about it.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, practicing, surfing the web.
The court said, practicing what?
Juror said, I play clarinet, sax, and flute also.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, I don't believe so, no.
The court said, all right. This calls for a yes or no answer. Is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, please pass the mic to number 90.
Juror said, number 90. Westchester County. The village of Pelham Manor. I have a Master's of Art in Teaching. I work at a cultural institute, and I'm an associate director there of education.
The court said, and you've been living in Pelham Manor for the last 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and your work at a cultural institute, you've also been doing that for at least 5 years?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, what is your marital status? Are you married or in a significant relationship?
Juror said, I'm married.
The court said, and your spouse, what does that person do for a living?
Juror said, he is head of North American sales at S&P Global, Dow Jones Indices.
The court said, any other adults in the household who work?
Juror said, no.
The court said, Do you like any type of reading?
Juror said, I like to read historical fiction.
The court said, and any clubs or organizations?
Juror said, I belong to a few environmental organizations, as well as the Pelham Country Club.
The court said, how do you spend your spare time?
Juror said, playing tennis and golf and gardening.
The court said, is there anything that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Juror said, no.
The court said, please pass the microphone back to one of my law clerks. And counsel, I'll see you at sidebar.
At the sidebar.
The court said, with regard to juror number 8, I don't think he is sufficiently fluent in English to serve as a juror. Is there any objection to my dismissing him?
Mr. Finkel said, not from the government.
Mr. Kumraju said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, all right, so I want to go over. Well, first of all, are there any questions that you want me to pose to any particular jurors who are left?
Mr. Finkel said, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Kumraju said, we're going to make a Furka's challenge to number 7 at the time Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
The court said, on what grounds?
Mr. Kumraju said, her husband is a retired NYPD detective. Originally, when Your Honor asked her whether she was biased against the defendant, she said yes based on the conversations that I want to make sure I'm not too close, based on conversations she had overheard with her husband and a friend. And while Your Honor asked a subsequent question, she seemed very hesitant, to us, to answer in the affirmative. And her most definitive and clear answer was that she would be biased against the defendant.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor. You followed up and asked that potential juror whether she agreed with everything her husband says, and she said no. You said, are you able to put aside opinions you may have heard from other people and decide the issues in this case based on what you hear in this courtroom? Are you biased against any of the people in this courtroom? She said no. And she said she could be a fair and impartial juror.
The court said, that's right. I'm not going to dismiss her for cause. Anybody else?
Mr. Kumraju said, no, Your Honor.
The court said, okay, so I just want to go over, is there any individual that I have not gotten to? Oh, that means other than 14 and 29, who did not come back after lunch.
Mr. Kumraju said, oh, yeah. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing from the government.
The court said, all right then.
Ms. Shrofa said, could we have one?
Mr. Kumraju said, was 96 addressed?
Mr. Finkel said, we have 96 struck, but...
The court said, let me see.
Ms. Shrofa said, so, Your Honor, we would request that the court bring number 7 back and ask her if she can actually be fair and impartial in this case, because I don't think the way she answered, after a long pause, and said yes, essentially, in light of her previous answer that she said she could not be fair. I would ask that the court make a last inquiry of her.
The court said, so I think she was rehabilitated completely, and so I am not going to pursue this any further. Juror 96 was struck. Alrighty. So I am going to excuse those people who have been dismissed and those who have not. I'll have them wait and we'll go through the peremptory challenges.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, can I make sure we understand the peremptory system? So is it correct that essentially the first 12 remaining jurors, whoever is last, that the defense can strike as many as they want up to 10, and after they choose those 10, whoever's left, the government can strike whichever 6, up to 6 it wants?
The court said, okay, so no.
Ms. Shrofa said, no.
The court said, so we start in round 1, and the defense strikes whomever they decide to. Now they might take all 10, but I highly doubt it, so let's assume that they take 2. Then you're going to have a stab at the remaining 10.
Mr. Finkel said, okay.
The court said, then there's another round with the defense, and they get to strike as many as they have left, and then you get your opportunity to do the same, and we just go like that until they have eliminated all of their strikes.
Mr. Finkel said, I see. In groups of 12 then.
The court said, always in a group of 12.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. And sorry too, so we will know who they're going to strike.
The court said, it's going to be out loud. I'm going to announce it and it will be obvious.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. Thank you.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, oh, go ahead.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. So, Your Honor, two things. One is, does the defense go first each time or do we rotate? We go first and then they go?
The court said, the defense goes first every time.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. And two, Your Honor, we do need to talk to the client before we exercise the peremptories. So you're not going to make me do it tonight?
Court said, oh no, we are doing it today. If you want to talk to your client, then he's sitting right next to you. At 5.
Ms. Strofa said, I just didn't know. I thought we ended.
The court said, it's not 5 yet.
Ms. Strofa said, it's past 5.
The court said, I'm sorry. I read my clock wrong, so forgive me for that. We're going to have to come back tomorrow.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamraju said, I was just going to ask a numbers question. Do we have the count of non-struck jurors? I wasn't sure if there was enough.
Ms. Murray said, 21, 23 with the 2 who didn't come back from lunch. So if they come back and they do the individual tomorrow, it would be 23, but right now there are 21.
Mr. Kamraju said, is that enough? Do we need more?
The court said, well, we can go with the ones that we have and then we're going to bring up another bunch.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. That's what I wasn't sure, Your Honor, if you wanted to do that first, bring up the others first.
The court said, I want to do this group first.
Ms. Strofa said, all right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, just a logistical point. So it appears we're going to be finished with jury selection tomorrow. We'll go right into witnesses. We flew in witnesses from out of state. We expect to be going. We're ready. And we just want to make sure that expectation is correct and not wrong.
Ms. Strofa said, are we sitting this Friday?
Mr. Finkel said, yes.
The court said, remember I said we're on Fridays.
Ms. Strofa said, no. I thought there was some disagreement this morning. That's why I'm asking.
The court said, yeah, we're going to go.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I understood the peremptories. So in your hypothetical, we had 12, defense struck 2, and suppose we didn't strike any, are those 10 people on the jury?
The court said, they're on the jury.
Mr. Ferguson said, got it.
The court said, if you don't strike any, then we're just going to add another couple and you're going to be then dealing with those 2. Exactly.
Mr. Finkel said, oh, okay.
The court said yes.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, if you could excuse me at 1 o'clock tomorrow for 10 minutes.
The court said yes. Absolutely. The court said, all right. The jurors are going to be housed in 26A when they come back tomorrow morning. Okay.
Mr. Kamraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
In open court.
The court said, all right then. At this time Mr. Steinberg is going to read a list of those individuals who are being excused from jury service.
Lautslerkside, no 80, no 75, no 89, no 96, no 82, no 84, no 85, no 86, no 98, no 99, no 100, no 33, no 3, no 52, no 76, no 40, no 42, no 47, no 60, no 16, no 46.
Number 94, number 95, number 22, number 51, number 8. Those are the jurors who are excused. The rest of the jurors, please return tomorrow. Those who I just named or listed, you may leave now. We thank you for your jury service today. The rest, please remain here.
The court said, those of you who are remaining in the courtroom, you must come back to the courthouse tomorrow and be in the hallway ready to go into courtroom 26A, which is a different courtroom from this, Courtroom 26A at 9 a.m. sharp. Remember that you're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. And also remember that the attorneys are not allowed to have any contact with you. So don't hold it against them if they don't acknowledge you if you see them. So have a good evening. And I will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I'm sorry. May we just have a quick sidebar for a moment?
The court said yes.
At the sidebar,
Ms. Strofa said, Maybe I missed it, but there is a juror who is sitting there who was. I don't think he was ever questioned. Right? I think he's a late return.
Mr. Finkel said, Wait a minute.
The court said, Wait 1 second. Which number is it?
Ms. Strofa said, I don't know his number. He's the young man who's sitting there. I think your law clerk knows.
The law clerk said, 29. He came back late. He was one of the ones who we were going to question tomorrow.
The court said, He'll have to come in with the remaining 75.
Mr. Finkel said, What is the issue? I'm sorry. I missed.
Ms. Strofa said, He wasn't questioned. Juror number 29. That's all.
The court said, Okay. I wanted to clarify something also about the jury selection. It's in groups of 12. I just want to make sure that everybody understands it. The first round is a group of 12. The second round is a group of 12. Okay.
Ms. Murray said, Just one logistical question. If we do impanel a jury tomorrow at some point before the 2:45, which would be a typical trial day cutoff? Do we expect to sit a full day until 5 and go straight into openings, or would you envision that once the jury is impaneled, we go back to the court's typical trial day schedule?
The court said, So I just don't think that we're going to finish in time to get started with openings. So I'll say we'll finish with jury selection tomorrow, and then open on the following day.
Mr. Finkel said, So we won't have any witnesses until Friday.
The court said, Understood.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Strofa said, Thank you, Your Honor.
in open court.
The court said, All right then. So tomorrow morning 26A 9 a.m. Have a good evening.
Jury Venire not present.
The court said, So in my eagerness to push through I lost track of the time. You shouldn't hesitate to ask for a sidebar to address that. All right. See you tomorrow.
All counsel said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Adjourned to May 23, 2024, at 9 a.m.